Okay, that was all developer logos. I can speak now. I guess I could have been speaking the whole time, but my whole thing is to just be quiet through developer logos. All I know is it's a game that takes place within the HP Lovecraft mythos, and that's all I really ask for in a video game. So, do this thing called Cthulhu. Enter madness. Oh, look at that. That's Am I doing something? It's still pretty barely visible. And I like to be a little bit brighter than recommended. Was I gonna say something? I think I had something like on the tip of my tongue, but it's gone now. Enter madness. Call of Cthulhu. Oh, I don't know. What was I gonna say? Hey, it knows my name. Weird. And that's that game. Subtitles are on. Good. Detection. I don't know what that means. These are probably all fine. Controls are probably fine. You game it. Pierce Investigations Agency, Boston. Boston, 1924. Edward Pierce, veteran of the First World War, drowns his memories in liquor and sleeping pills. I feel you. Except for the war part. I've never been in a war. I hope to never be, actually. He is now a private detective who has trouble finding a case able to lift him from his torpor. Pierce must find a new case quickly or risk losing his license. Wow. High stakes. If I am mad, it is mercy. May the gods pity the man who, in his callousness, can remain sane to the hideous end. H.P. Lovecraft. Interesting that there are subtitles, but I don't think anybody spoke those lines. Oh. Dark guts. It might also be that the voice lines are unnaturally low in this game. Is the puffing and puffing that he's doing right now very quiet compared to the ambient music or ambient sounds. I don't know if it can really be qualified as music at this point. Yes, fish bones. Fish? More fish? So is it all sharks? They hunting sharks? Why? Shark fin soup, I suppose. Bill. Uh-huh. I don't know how to feel about crouch being on circle instead of right stick. Makes me think that there's not going to be a lot of actions to perform in this game. The bumpers. Peek. L2 is run, which is an odd choice. Can I interact with this? Oh, I get it. It was a symbol saying that I need light. That's what the tooltip said, but I didn't really comprehend it entirely. Or maybe even at all, if you think about it. Huh? El Lago? I thought for sure that I had to get on the boat. Oh.
In my wake, pulled along. Fate inescapably draws you on.
Okay. Neat.
What a putrid offering.
Yeah, all these sharks? That's a putrid offering? It is putrid, but... Somebody worked hard to capture all those sharks to sacrifice to you.
Don't fight.
Disembodied voice.
Have been chosen.
Me? I've been chosen? What an honor.
Behold. Everything has already been written.
Are these...
But perhaps you will
Fishmen?
attempt to change your destiny.
Oh, Squidman. He's a little even more farther evolved than Fishman. Oh, that wasn't me. I'm not a fishman, of course. But I thought maybe I was a dream about being a fishman.
I hate whiskey.
What? What's wrong with you, Ed?
I wonder why I still take these things.
Doctors prescribed them when I returned from the war. They swore that they would put them into nightmares, but for a while now, their effect has been wearing off. I'm covering up the text just a little bit, so I'm gonna move just a little bit. That's better. Ooh, a diary. Pierce Investigations Agency. My private detective agency contracted to the Wentworth Detective Agency. After the Great War, I decided to set up in Boston, where there is no lack of work for guys like me. One small-time case follows the other. Adultery, settled scores, disappearances that are not actually disappearances. The old office couch is less comfortable than a real bed, and I should probably get rid of those empty bottles, but this place is mine. For the moment. Final clues. Inhabitants. Woody. Old. Nothing. Inventory. Old lighter. Engraved in memory of the 77th Infantry Division and the men of the Lost Battalion who fell. Oh, there's more pages of inventory. The doctor's prescribed... Yeah, we read that. The case... The doctor can well repeat to me that I no longer need my remedy to keep my memories at bay, but I know that if I stop, the memories will return. One of these mornings, I probably won't wake up. Despite the treatment, I again hear voices in my dreams, but they are different, unknown. They seem to surface from the unfathomable and ancient depths. What nameless creature is calling me? Oh, right, I got some level ups I can do. I don't know if this affects the ending or not, but I kind of think it does. Sanity. Mental trauma. Huh. Edward Pierce is a veteran of the First World War, where he took part in the Meuse-Argonne Offensive. One of the few survivors of the Lost Battalion, American units that suffered heavy losses from enemy and Allied artillery fire. Forced to hold their position for several days, surrounded by the bodies of their fallen comrades without food or medical supplies, soldiers were considered as lost by their fellow countrymen. Pierce is traumatized by these events. He consumes sleeping pills and liquor to ward off the nightmares that haunt him. Fair. Fair. Stable. Okay, I'm stable. That's good. Confident in your abilities and your Cartesian mind. What? You conduct your investigation by sticking to the facts, your convictions, and your perception of reality. Your conclusions are logical and reliable. Oh, great. That sounds like fun. So how many points do I have? 6? Oh, that's how many still needed. Oh, I have 0 available. It says right down below.
I used to be an avid reader.
Me too, Edward. Me too.
Wentworth Agency doesn't attract top-notch cases.
That's okay. Work is work.
Married woman runs off with her girlfriend. The husband couldn't understand it.
Well, it's difficult, man. The husband never understood that his wife had left him. He kept on calling me weeks after the investigation had been closed. Oh.
Lost Battalion. Holding your position and obeying orders. That isn't courage. Been
back to
too
sleep.
long since I've slept in a bed.
You know what? I would commiserate, Edward, but I slept in a bed just last night, so can't help you. Let's not drink.
Been a while since I jotted down something other than my nightmares.
Didn't I just read this? Yeah, Edward seems to abusing alcohol, so I'm not going to willingly give him any.
A good old story of blackmail in a speakeasy.
Bar owner who hired me didn't like the way I closed this case, but when you're already outside the law, there's not a lot one can do against a private detective who's got proof against you.
Natural sciences, linguistics, archaeology.
Quiet phone, I'm reading.
I should get rid of all this stuff.
Why? Look at this wonderful conspiracy board. Lacks red string, but
Are you Edward Pierce,
pretty good.
private investigator contracted by the Wentworth Detective Agency?
Oh yeah,
That's
the
correct.
voices are so low.
Hello, Mr. Pierce. I'm Lucy Sherifield, in charge of investigators over at Wentworth. I'm calling because of a problem with your file. A fire has destroyed some of our documents.
Is that right?
I'm so very sorry, but I have to collect your personal information yet again.
Oh, okay, so I get to put in some points at the start here. Oh, do I want to be like a crazy, medicine? Yeah, you know what, let's put some in medicine. Get to level 2 without too many, bendies here. You know, I'm gonna put it all into, like, smarty guy stuff. We're not gonna do occultism, we're not gonna do strength. Eloquence, probably not. I'm torn between spot hidden and investigation. Already level 3 though, so do I want to pump this one up? Yeah, sure, why not? I like not having to search too much. Do pixel hunting, you know? And yeah, we'll call that good. Yeah.
Thank you for this information, Mr. Pierce. Our files will soon be up to date. And on a related matter, may I raise a sensitive question?
You may not.
What's wrong?
As you know, we wish to closely monitor the progress of our contractors. And it would seem you've been accepting fewer new cases.
Work is scarce.
Mr. Pierce, you know as well as I do there's never been more investigative work than now.
But are
Oh,
those cases worth it?
They're worth not losing your license. Show yourself worthy of the Wentworth Detective Agency, and we might keep you on the payroll. Mr. Pierce, are you still...
I play by my
Coming.
own rules.
Sir, I came here on the advice of a person whom I hold in high esteem, and I must say that I expected anything but a drunkard's lair.
Not a lot of whatchamacallit, lip sync
You're
going
free
on.
to leave anytime, sir.
Do you know to whom you speak?
Stephen Webster, industrialist and art collector. All of Boston knows you.
Tell me, Mr. Pierce, are you capable of handling a new case, or are you simply a deadbeat inebriate?
If you come to me, it means you're desperate.
Nobody believes me. They take me for an old fool. Sarah, my little girl, she is dead.
Uh-oh.
Even you must know of her. She was Sarah Hawkins.
The painter? Yes. Everyone knows her work.
The police accuse her of killing her family. They all died in a fire. Sarah, her husband, and Simon, my grandson.
I can't do anything for a woman who is already dead.
Find out the truth. They say she was mad, but I know that's a lie. She would never have done such a thing.
But if you have no proof...
I've brought all that I have. Look.
Painting?
I want you to look carefully at this painting. Tell me all the assumptions that come to mind.
What am I supposed to find?
Tell me if this is the work of madness.
Oh, it looks like she was doing cover art for an indie horror game.
Managed to detect some
Really?
a rationality to follow so that I may understand it.
Is that all you want from me?
Yes, please.
All right. I'll look at your picture. That's all you've got? The painting?
I placed a file on your desk. It contains everything I have on the affair.
Alright, well, let's take a look at this first. Oh. Oh!
What's this symbol on the man's chest? It's as if Sarah Hawkins breathed a message into it.
Mm-hmm.
A warehouse on Darkwater. Some sketches of the Hawkins family. Rather thin.
A shipping label. Some of it's unreadable, but I can make it part of the address. Warehouse 36, Darkwater. Police report. It says that the fire started in the dining room and claimed the whole family. The police decide on a domestic accident, but they, nevertheless, insist on Sarah Hawkins' mental frailty. Why? A press cutting. An article written about the marriage of Sarah and Charles Hawkins, a businessman from the island of Darkwater. They live a recluse life there with their only son, Simon.
So, Mr. Pierce, what do you make of these elements?
Hmm.
The sender's label mentions Warehouse 36.
That's right. It came with Sarah's last painting.
And you think your daughter could have been the sender?
That is what you must find out. Go to Darkwater. Find Warehouse 36.
I'm just gonna move this a little bit further up here. Increase my audibility. Probably won't. I mean, I moved it like, I don't know, a centimeter. So unlocked answer. So one of my skills taught me this.
The meaning could be exactly as it appears. I think your daughter is sending you a message.
That's what I believe, too. It was 3 months ago that I received the call from the police telling me of my daughter's death. And yet a short while after, this painting was delivered to my home. The painting is linked to this case, can't you see? You must find the meaning behind all this.
Okay.
Her husband was a big deal on the island. But the police are sticking to the accident theory. Though they mentioned Sarah's mental state was fragile. I believe you are right, sir. This case is not as simple as it appears.
I am aware of that. I believe there is more to this case than just an accident.
So does it matter which one of these I say? Are we just gonna go through them all eventually?
Darkwater. Never heard of the place. Where is that?
It's a small, remote island off the coast of Boston. Sarah lived there with her son and her husband.
I suppose you want to ship me off there.
Darkwater holds the secret regarding my daughter, Mr. Pierce. You must uncover it.
Okay.
You must tell me if what the police suggest about the mental state of your daughter is true.
No. Sarah had visions. Everyone knew that. She never would have hurt a fly. She only thought she saw things.
Saw things? What do you mean by that?
I never knew what she meant by that. My daughter was an enigmatic figure, Mr. Pierce. You must find out the truth about her life and death.
I think I'm beginning to understand.
I'm willing to do anything for my daughter to recover her honor.
Quiet down. I'm on your side. Something's up. An artist dies with her family in a house fire. Your only clue is a sort of promontory painting sent from Darkwater right before.
Premonitory.
Correct. And the rumors about her supposed folly.
Which you don't totally deny.
Find that warehouse. Find out the truth regarding Sarah Hawkins' death. You will be handsomely compensated.
All right.
Handsomely.
I'll take the case. I'll go to Darkwater and look into the death of your daughter.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. I didn't expect any less coming from a man in your situation.
Something.
Sorry.
But it's not like I have a choice.
I did not sleep enough last night.
Darkwater. I think I've got a book on the North Atlantic. I'll no doubt...
This one? Oh, Learning of Medicine. Kent's work aimed at interns and young practitioners. The first volume lists all illnesses known in the civilized world. It details the symptoms and suitable treatment.
Find some information on this island in there.
Oh, and you can level up by looking at
I
books?
used to be an avid reader. Wentworth's agency doesn't attract top-notch cases. Darkwater is off the coast of Boston. But I've never heard of it. According to this book, it was often mentioned during whale hunting times at the end of the 19th century. But it seems to have been shunned since then.
Darkwater Island has been inhabited since the 14th century and is still rich with the many memories left by its lost tribes. But don't let the romanticism of these moving evidences of such naive and primitive beliefs fool you into forgetting how violent their gods were. A gigantic creature still ornates the walls of long-abandoned caves. Was it a sea or a dream god? No one knows. But today's inhabitants, sons and daughters of the proud whale hunters, still remember the mysterious and tumultuous story of their small land off the coasts of Massachusetts.
All I have to do is go to the natural sciences, linguistics, archaeology.
No, you don't have to tell me. I'm just looking for books that will level me up. Thank you. Oh, medicine and occult skills can only be improved by objects discovered in the environment. Really? Didn't I put points in this at the beginning? Yeah, I put it in spot hidden, psychology, and medicine, didn't I? Huh. Alright, well, I mean that's kinda reduces the stress of having to choose which stats I want to put my points into. Oh, I gained a CP! And a trophy. Sick. Pierce took the Hawkins case. The cursed artist is accused of having caused the fire that killed her and her family. As the only clue, she left her father a disturbing painting. On the shipping label, an address. A warehouse set in the docks of the island of Darkwater. The place seems to be the starting point for Pierce's investigation. Okay. Right on. Enter madness. Whoa. There are 14 chapters in this game. I hope you've got snacks, because this is going to be a long ride. And I doubt that they are all as short as that opening chapter.
We're almost there.
Call of Cthulhu. That was a weird affectation I did there. I don't know why. It's just what came out. Oh, the Scylla. The Scylla? Scylla? I don't really know how to pronounce that word. I've seen it in like a billion video games, but I don't think I've ever heard anyone actually say it.
Stay on board. There's guys coming to unload. Welcome to Darkwater Island, Mr. Pierce.
Why, thank you, Captain Fitzroy.
So, what wind brought you?
Does the Hawkins case mean anything to you?
A sad story that we would all prefer to forget. Charles Hawkins may have been a landlubber, but he was a good man.
Landlubber.
And his wife, Sarah Hawkins.
Nice young woman, and a great painter. What a tragedy. You know what? Go have a drink at the Stranded Whale. What you need is a good pick-me-up. Mitchell may not be very welcoming, but his bar holds a surprise for you.
His bar.
As for me, you'll find me at the Harbor Master's office. If it's the Hawkins family that brings you here, I have a pile of documents that should interest you.
Cool.
Understood. I'm going for a look around the docks.
Whee! Do you have any medicine books? Mr. Fisherman? No? Okay. Thanks anyway. More importantly, do I... Oh, do I have to manually save? No. The keys. So I've got a couple people to talk to. I could read that, but I feel like we got the gist of it already. Oh, no. Validate. Hold on. Sounds like there's music coming from somewhere. I don't know if it's coming from outside, but I am going to go investigate. I'm going to do my own investigation. Mr. Pierce isn't the only one who can check things out. I've returned. You may have noticed. Now you get to see my sweet hookup process. Where are you? Oh, I'm putting it on the wrong way. That's the problem. You gotta go under the cord over the ear. Earbuds back in. Alright, we're ready to rock. So what happened there is somebody's blasting music outside on one of the balconies and it was coming in my window. It was very distracting. Yeah, look at all these people. 33 painter, 41 ship owner. Oh. Hey, you know, this guy's kind of got the same look as me. He's just got a little more hair up in this area here, which I don't know why I don't get hair there, but that's just the way my beard comes in. So, Simon, 11, schoolboy. 63, businessman. Places, dark water. Art. Got some clues. Oh man. And collectibles. I am not going to sit here and read all of those things. Seems to be some kind of commotion going on here.
Hey, Sullivan. Can't you go any faster?
The blood is just beginning to coagulate. It died a short time ago. Killer whales have few predators. And there are no sharks in these waters. What creature could possibly have done this?
That's no way to treat an omen.
Oh yeah? He's gonna get us into trouble.
The same goes for you, sir. Move along.
I'm looking for this address. Warehouse 36, Darkwater Harbor.
Ah. And so who are you?
I didn't introduce myself. Edward Pierce, private detective.
In any case, it's not very important. I can't answer that.
You can't? Or you don't want to?
Oh, no. I'm not getting into those games, me. Now, please, allow me to do my job.
You can't understand. Don't put that beast back in the water, you shysters. You're crazy.
Wait, there were more
Say I'm
options.
busy, can't you?
You can't understand.
No? I don't get to ask the other options? Rip off.
Get us into trouble.
Not a lot of places I can go yet.
Hey, you'll get us into trouble.
You're already in trouble.
There's nothing for you here either.
Can we
Beat
sort
it.
this out? You can see he's half drunk.
Okay.
Nothing to sort out.
Oh, can I take this? No, only in the dream? Okay. I guess we'll look for some
Prohibition is
clues.
just a joke around here. That suits me fine.
Okay, as an alcoholic, I guess so. Rude. Oh,
Hey, be careful.
oh, look at this sassy lass.
Let's get him another drink. He's dry.
In my bar, we don't serve troublemakers.
You saw what happened. He's the troublemaker.
Oh,
Oh, you're a true mainlander. A real princess. You strut around with your la-di-da ways, and then, as soon as the pressure rises, you start squealing. You don't have what it takes to drink my whiskey. You've got to earn it.
I'm here
he
for
hates
information,
whiskey,
not
in
for
fact.
I prefer it.
I'm gonna go over here,
Speak then.
so you can see when I
reserve
get
the right to
trophies.
answer or not.
Because I'm a bit of a show-off like that. Any tests?
What can you tell me about her?
We all knew she was famous on the mainland for her paintings. Never understood why. Then, I don't want to speak ill of the dead.
You don't dare say a thing because you respect their memory. But that doesn't mean that you don't have a lot on your mind.
You're not a PI for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it's worth, though. But Mrs. Hawkins, she went to see her doctor very often.
She was sick.
Ah, I shouldn't have mentioned it to you. Forget it.
But you did, sir. You did.
Her style made her famous. How would you describe it? Tortured?
Yeah? Well, it wasn't normal. I mean, for a young woman with a child and all that. We saw them in the papers and we said to ourselves, who can paint such things? Is that how she sees the world?
So they made you feel uncomfortable.
You need to see them for yourself. Make up your own mind.
I don't feel the need to press further here.
Anything else?
The stranded whale. I guess this bar has been here a long time.
What can I tell you? I'm a nostalgic sort of guy. The name, it reminds us of the golden age of dock water. When our whalers left for long months and came back, sweating and stinking of the oil and flesh of the whales they'd been hunting.
It was a tough time, all the same.
Ah, but steeped in glory. We've never known such wealth since then.
I didn't expect to find alcohol on this island. What's the source of this miracle?
You mean who? Our source of supply wouldn't like me to betray them to the first comer.
I'll tell nobody.
She'd know it anyway. Anything else?
You may have given it away there, sir.
Do you know where this place is? Warehouse 36, Darkwater Harbor.
The Hawkins warehouse. I see, yeah. If I were you, I wouldn't hang around there.
Why not?
First off, there are rumors. Sailors from around here say you can hear noises coming from the warehouse at night. Screams, that sort of thing.
Screams.
And that's not all. There's the fate of its owners and all the superstitions that go with it. But I'll say no more. Anything else?
Captain Fitzroy told me about a little pick-me-up.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to give him
That
drinks.
must have been before you came looking for a fight in my bar.
Oh, come on. Because of a little tussle.
I wasn't even a tussle.
Being here is a privilege, and I grant the privilege to whoever I want. Anything else?
That'll be all for now. Charles Hawkins was a heavy drinker.
Oof.
And a debtor.
Wow.
Interesting.
Pretty bad. Or Charlie was another alcoholic, was he?
Then he said, you have no right to treat us like this.
And the doctor, what did he say?
He laughed.
My God.
You said,
Oh, don't mind me, fellows.
The miraculous catch. Apparently, the most significant event of the last 80 years.
The Scylla returns to port to save Darkwater from famine. We'd given up hope. The crew of the Scylla, or what remains of it, returned to Darkwater port late on Tuesday afternoon. The locals immediately rushed to the docks to welcome the last whaling ship on the island. People were amazed at the sight of the unbelievable catch the brave vessel had on board. A size that went beyond that of the formidable toothed whales, the cetacean that is already being called the miraculous catch covered the whole deck and parts of it were hanging over the side of the ship. The surviving sailors told a frightening account of their perilous catch, but also of its meat, unmatched in its quality and plentiful nutritious benefits. There's no doubt that the immense size of this whale will allow numerous inhabitants of Darkwater to feed themselves, bringing an end to the famine from which part of the island was suffering. Warehouse for rent. Mr. Marks is putting his warehouse up for rent from June for fishing, workshop, or storage activities. You can contact him via your favorite newspaper or visit him on the docks. Special event, the Stranded Whale. To celebrate the return of our brave whalers, all the staff of the Stranded Whale invite you to an exceptional and free tasting event. Come with your family or with friends to taste the miraculous catch. Each person will leave with a bottle of oil, so don't hesitate. Okay. Miraculous catch.
The girl doctor. Cold. Not bad.
Nightmares. Can hear things and voices whispering. Will follow its reader and appear at various locations, gifted with its own consciousness, until it finds a new reader.
You guys got a lot of scars. You okay, buddy?
Do you like our song?
It's beautiful.
We're true sirens.
We may not be pros, but we give it all we've got.
That's all you can do, man.
It's a reminder of the time when we were still fishing for whales off Darkwater Island.
Wouldn't that be whaling, sir? I'm no man of the sea, truly, but
What brought whaling to an end?
The whales, of course.
They all disappeared.
no, you killed them all.
You could say that, yes. There were fewer and fewer of them.
Until the last, the biggest.
The one of the miraculous catch.
Exactly.
I've never heard this song before.
Only people from here know it. It tells the story of the miraculous catch.
The miraculous catch.
You don't believe it, do you?
Watch what you say, young man.
That catch saved our island.
Ah. Where's the proof?
We're the proof.
Without it, the whole of Darkwater would have died of hunger in 1847. It's true. Everything happened just as it says in the newspaper report. Our grandparents tasted its flesh.
And it was delicious.
I feel like when you're starving, pretty much anything is going to be delicious.
Good night.
I've never starved, so I don't know for sure. That's just a presumption on my part. She is clearly who I'm supposed to talk to next. So I'm just gonna look around to make sure that nothing funky happens. I don't miss any clues or medical books. What's up, lady? Some snazzy pants you got there and gloves. Wow.
What you looking at, stranger?
I like your getup. It's very cool.
I've rarely seen a woman who can hold her liquor so confident.
Why do you gotta make it
What gives you the
so
right to judge me?
Ah, it was
gendered?
a compliment.
So what? Let me drink, stranger. I told you to beat it.
Alright, alright, alright. I'm pretty sure I looked at everything in here, so let's move on to the Harbor Master's office, I believe it was. What a place. Look at that. Oh, is that a castle up there? Neat. Oh, look. It's... Oh, man. Shipwreck. Perhaps multiple shipwrecks. This place would be so cool to just, like, explore. In real life. I mean, in video game life also, but...
I wonder what Captain Fitzroy has got to say about this woman cat.
Captain, the terms of our agreement are clear. Keep your men under control. Cannot afford to provoke us. No need to answer this message. Just make your payment to the carrier. Cat. That's the chick at the bar. Guaranteed.
Broken. This place seems half abandoned.
Oh, the bell. It's a bell. That's what it is.
Fishing equipment. Could do with some rust remover.
Sick burn. That's what we call a poop hole.
A souvenir from a more prosperous era. I guess this blackboard hasn't been wiped for more than 70 years.
Not fully, anyway.
A Scylla.
Scylla.
Finished up
Okay.
beached at the entrance to the harbor.
Thank you, Edward. Yeah. There's a lot of place here. Yeah, another medicine book. Sweet. %. It's not leveling up very quickly, is it? Which is not really a complaint. It's more of a I'm baffled at how many medicine books like it seems like I'm gonna need to find.
This man and Fitzroy could be twins.
Or maybe it is him.
What a macabre souvenir.
Macabre? I believe it's pronounced macabre. Macabre. You threw an extra R in there, dude. Hey, did I see this? Oh, it's just a glare. I thought there was a prompt.
I've brought out the Charles Hawkins cargo manifests. They're on the table next to you. But in truth, you're likely to be disappointed. When you're done, come join me on the deck.
These manifests are signed by Charles Hawkins. But that's all I'll get from them.
Only a few dates are still legible. 1890, 1907, and a partial date. The rest of the document is blacked out. Who would want this information to be hidden? That's what we're here to find out, man. Captain? There he is.
From here, I see everything that goes on in the harbor. The hard-working lives of my sailors, the fights at the stranded whale. Even the antics of these wharf rats don't escape me.
It's you who lays down the law around here.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I'm just the last serving captain on Darkwater. Tell me what I can do to help you.
Well, if that's an unlocked answer, I better take it.
Manifests have been blacked out. They're totally unreadable.
Yeah, I saw that. I've got no idea who did it or why. I don't remember having countersigned anything special enough for someone to hide it.
And why obliterate the dates, as well as the goods stored in the warehouse?
You mean that the dates have some meaning?
I'm surprised Charles Hawkins had goods to store, knowing that whaling stopped in 1847.
I see that you're interested in the history of our island. Indeed, maritime activities ceased altogether at the end of the last century. I imagine that the Hawkins family had other types of contracts.
But you don't know with whom?
No, it was none of my business.
I'm looking for Warehouse 36. Do you know where it is?
Look, it's right there. The warehouse is opposite the jetty. You can't miss it.
Okay. There's a bunch of buildings which this could be.
You know who the building belongs to, don't you?
These ones. Ooh, which one do I go?
It belonged to the Hawkins family.
Precisely. Ship owners from father to son.
I think that somebody here wanted me to search this warehouse.
Oh, man.
I was looking at your photograph. The one of the man in front of the boat.
Ah, yes, I can see the one you're talking about.
Interesting resemblance. I thought it was you, but with a wooden leg.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Reason. That's my father in the photograph.
Your father?
John Fitzroy, captain of the Scylla. His wooden leg is here. You can go and see it if you...
Oh, I saw it. It's macabre.
I'm just back from the wharves. The dead killer whale is unsettling the sailors.
Ah, yes. Us men of the sea are superstitious folk.
Okay.
I examined its wounds. I know of no creature able to cause them.
And I took you for a detective.
Believe me when I say that these wounds are significant.
Come. You've only just arrived on Darkwater, and already you think like a sailor.
The police took the decision to put the killer whale back into the sea.
You've got to understand them. They didn't know what to do with it.
I think that was a mistake. Who says that whatever caused those wounds is no longer in these waters?
You think we should have kept it?
To look into the real cause of its death, at least. I'm just back from...
No!
Us men.
Good control stick.
The miraculous catch. Is it a local legend?
Not at all. It's an episode from our glorious past. Go read the story of the sailor's return to Darkwater Harbor. It's displayed on a wall of the stranded whale.
I found a threatening letter, signed by a certain cat.
What? I don't mind you visiting my harbor master's office, but I'd prefer if you didn't go through my affairs.
Are you being blackmailed?
Not exactly, no. That shyster wants to make us pay protection money.
With any success?
I wouldn't say that, but she terrifies my men as much as her own.
Can you not do anything to stop her?
Don't you worry about that.
What are you gonna do?
I shall be on my way.
So come back and see me when you've got something new.
Oh, I got a new point! Yay! I'm gonna spend it. Where did I put the last one? Psychology? Man! You need a lot of points. But I guess if there's 14 chapters, there's plenty of opportunity. I'm gonna go see if I can talk her into telling me her name.
I told you to beat it.
Nope. Hey, fellas. Ooh, I can go that way now. Ooh, I can go this way now?
That's no way to treat an omen. Oh yeah? He's gonna get us into trouble. You can't understand.
Go down here and see what's going on. Doesn't look like much. Oh! Oh, I have a lighter. Neat.
Damnation. I broke it.
Aww. Oh, game saved. Oh, so. One of those games where you have to accept the consequences of your actions, I see. That's cool. I prefer games like that, if I'm honest.
St. Brendan, patron saint of sailors and travelers. Desecrated. Looks like Phoenician. Or a very primitive runic script. I've never seen anything like it.
Okay. So how did that, it give me no occultism points? I thought it said it did. I guess maybe I didn't pay enough attention. Oh man. Eloquence. Bottom of the barrel.
It's no use. The padlock won't give.
Don't have anything to say. That's fine.
You live here?
Why did you do that, huh? We saw what you did to St. Brendan. Yeah, we'll teach you to come onto our island and ridicule our protectors.
What?
I respect your beliefs.
Our beliefs? You mean you don't believe in God?
That's irrelevant.
That's what you think.
There's you, our beloved statue, and then those two bozos behind us.
That word is bozos.
It's got to be them. There's one of them who's always going back and forth to the statue.
Quieter. That's all we need for them to hear us. What brings you to Darkwater?
The two guys behind you. What are they guarding?
The bootleggers. Scum.
They're protecting their territory. From whom, I wonder?
They really don't have a choice anyway. They're more scared of Cat than an attack by drunken sailors.
If only they would kill each other.
I feel like that's not going to happen.
Is it Cat who's shaking down Captain Fitzroy?
Hold on just a minute. We didn't tell you a thing.
Nothing at all.
That statue represents your local saint.
What do you mean by local, exactly?
You wouldn't be looking down at us, like all townspeople do.
St. Brendan. He protected whalers and fishermen like us. Until those assholes defaced him.
Peculiar house.
Yeah, that's where we live. Our boat.
It's not because it doesn't float anymore that we're going to abandon it.
Isn't it a bit early for alcohol?
We got nothing better to do anyway. There's not
What time is
much
it?
work around here.
I have
Fitzroy gives
no
us
idea.
a few chores every now and again, but since the whaling station shut down, ain't a lot of jobs left around here.
So we drink.
I've taken enough of your time.
We'll see you later.
So wait, did they live in this boat? Is this what they meant? That this is their house? Oh no, times are tough. Yeah, it's hard to say, but it looks like there's a sun in the sky behind the clouds, so I guess it's daytime-ish. Seems like...
You could tell me. No, if it gets
Oh.
I'll have serious problems with you-know-who.
I bet that you hit them. How could you be dumb enough to leave the entrance to the warehouses unguarded?
Keep your voice down. Why not go and shout at the cat while you're at it? I don't want to end up with her little knife under my throat.
It's a stiletto, you idiot. And with that smell on your breath, I don't give you much chance anyway.
Alright. I don't think I learned all that much here.
Who's this guy?
Good day, fellows.
You better keep... What's with you wandering around here like a hungry dog?
We saw you
I'm hungry.
talking to the two soaks. Go die of thirst, the lot of you. It'll stink less.
Ouch.
I've got to enter the Hawkins warehouse. I guess it's going to be complicated.
No, it's very simple, in fact. Fuck off.
I don't give a damn about your racket. I just want to get into this warehouse.
And we don't give a damn about you. Whatever your reason for wanting inside, there's nothing we can do for you.
I went to see the statue of St. Brendan.
What makes you think we did it?
We're bootleggers, not savages.
Who do you think defaced the statue?
What do I know? They could have done it by themselves.
The sailors?
Who else, in your opinion? And who's interested?
Cap. She's your boss.
What? You listen through keyholes?
She's the boss, yeah. She says who goes in or not.
Shut up, you dummy. You wanted to know that you also talk too much.
She must be quite intimidating if she can make two men like you tremble.
She redid the smile at the last one who wanted to get in.
Oh.
I hope he had a good dentist.
No, you don't understand. She really cut him a new smile.
But he only smiles with the left cheek.
So, who are you?
Are you stupid or are you doing it on purpose?
Everybody knows us on Darkwater.
I've just arrived.
Let's just say we're standing guard for the owner of the site. And we let no one enter her property.
She sounds frightening, your boss.
And she doesn't like to be talked about behind her back.
I bid you gentlemen farewell.
I'm not gonna lie to them yet. My eloquence is not very high. Well, these two don't seem overly intelligent. Still not confident in my ability to bamboozle them with my words.
Where do you think you're going?
Who are these others so interested in the warehouse?
And why would I tell you?
Maybe ask that out of turn.
You and I are on the same side of the law.
Oh, yeah?
You don't want to know the truth behind this case.
Are you saying our work was not up to snuff? Forget it.
Oof.
I'm not here to hinder your work, officer. Edward Pierce, private detective.
Sorry, we're all a little on edge today. What are you doing here?
I'm investigating the death of the Hawkins family.
Darn it. Why do you want to drag up all that stuff again?
My investigation has led me to this warehouse.
That case was closed months ago.
What more can you say about the death of the Hawkins family?
Not much more than what everyone knows. I wasn't on the case. They were all burnt to death, right? Up at their place.
The whole mansion went up in flames.
Don't get it into your head to go wandering around up there. It's dangerous.
What do you mean by that?
The only one left there is old Silas, and the accident has affected him badly. He can be unpredictable, especially if a stranger starts poking around the property.
Is he a danger to the public?
No, he's in his own home. Do yourself a favor. Leave him well alone.
I guess I can't just sneak my way in.
Get it. Nobody listens to us anyway.
That's no way.
Especially me. So long, losers. Gotta see what's over this way.
You saw what happened with those sailors. Don't hang around here unless you want trouble with the bootleggers.
This warehouse looks abandoned. Why does it interest them so much?
No doubt a question of territory, but I ain't asking. You want to know more, go ask the captain.
Good. Thank you. I've seen the kind of messages their boss sends. You're not scared of her.
Of course I am. Everyone's scared of that woman. She's not interested in small fry like me. You, on the other hand, nose around too much, you'll have dealings with her.
I shall take my leave.
Well, that's nice and free for me to go in. I wonder if I can talk to this lady now that I see about her. Oh, you got friends now!
I told you to beat it.
Nope. Alright. Just thought maybe. One day, we will talk. Just wanted to make peaceful inroads before things go askew. You know? Okay, so there's something hidden in here, is there? Ooh, a lever.
A handle. It must come from these old winches.
Oh, hidden things.
A whale vertebra. If the newspaper clipping in the bar is true, this bone is a real fossil.
Not really what I was hoping for. Oh, that's the hidden thing.
This ratchet device seems to be usable.
It was green.
It looks like there's a way in under this grate.
Okay. So I would have to find a way up there. To winch it open. I'm not seeing any more hidden items, though. Oh, what about this? Oh, it's a ladder. It was way too dark. I didn't even see it. Just like whatever is triggering my spider sense here.
I could use this old winch to lift the grating.
Do I need another piece? I don't understand. Guess so. Okay, so if I leave the warehouse, my little Peter Tingle goes away. So where is this hidden item? Hmm? Hello? Are you here? Item? Oh. Wow.
It should be possible to mount this cogwheel on the winch.
Yeah, that was pretty well hidden.
Looks like everything is in its place. All that's left is to try to turn this handle. Damn, I broke it.
Alright, all of that for nothing. Cool. I guess I'm not getting in this way.
Well, well. A little mouse has got lost on our turf. You're not only inquisitive, you're also stupid. What gave you the crazy idea to come onto my turf?
Your turf? That's news to me.
For a guy who has no idea, you've been doing a fair bit of poking around. My men saw you staking out the Hawkins warehouse.
Is that against the law?
I'm no idiot, detective. I'll tell you how things work around here. I decide who comes in and who stays out. And anyone who doesn't respect my rules, I punish them.
No, I'm not gonna attack her.
What of it?
Maybe
her animations aren't quite singing up to what she's saying very well.
Or maybe not.
Uh-oh.
Get this joker out of here. He might have a little trouble walking on his own.
Wasn't very nice. What did I do?
I'm getting careless. I didn't see that coming. If I want to get into this warehouse, I'm gonna have to deal with her.
Is there maybe something over on the statue I can look at now that I've had to scoosh on? About it? Got nothing to say. Broke my lockpick already. So how
this
is it?
language, it's a whole lot older than this statue.
Oh, the green is graffiti. Okay. Didn't really collect that it was writing. I thought it was just like kind of like some kind of weird lighting. Alright, let's see if we can lie to these stooges. It might be too late now.
What's with you wandering around here like a hungry dog?
We saw you talking to the two soaks. Go die a
Yeah.
I've got to get inside. It's your boss who sent me.
Oh, yeah? And why didn't she say anything to us?
She sent me to see who's filching her stock.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You got no proof to back up your claims, and I'd advise you against snitching.
If I can't get rid of those two, I'll have to look for another way.
Alright, yeah, nothing's working. What is left? Ossifer?
You again. I told...
No need.
No.
Cops, they can't understand.
Damn stupid idiots.
Some guys out here now.
longer at home on our own
Oh, these two.
Calm down. It's not worth the effort.
You're back again. What can I do for you?
I like the slow turn to face the person you're talking to.
Apparently the bootleggers don't want anyone hanging around the warehouses.
They're part of the private property I mentioned earlier.
And yet the place looks abandoned. Why guard the entrance?
As a precaution, I suppose. All the warehouses are more or less interconnected by old sewers.
You mean that there's a way to go from one to the other by tunnel?
I couldn't tell you if it's still the case today for all the warehouses on the island, but I think I can imagine what you've got in mind. You can always visit them if you're not the claustrophobic type.
So how do I get... like... did I just screw up my opportunity for that already,
Back
or...?
again. What can I...
Yeah, we got nothing new.
I shall be on my way.
So come back and see me when you've got something new.
I just said I don't have anything new. Yeah, you don't need to basically rephrase what I just said. Thank you, Captain.
Hey, Mitchell. A drink for our new friend. I owe you. You don't know how to fight, but at least you've got guts.
Yeah. Aching guts.
Huh. I've got them too. But you don't hear me whining like a pooch who's lost its leash. You didn't back down. Something that I respect. So understand by that. If I catch you again, you'll carry a more permanent reminder of our encounter. Tell me, what brings you to Darkwater?
Oh, so now you're gonna play ball.
I'm investigating the deaths of the Hawkins family.
It's very nice of you to tell me the truth so openly. But
Why
it's
would I
also
lie?
really stupid of you. You really don't seem to know the area. Let me give you a little advice. If you want to survive more than a day in this rat hole, avoid talking about them to the first people you meet.
Is that more dangerous than having a drink with you?
I'm not kidding. The old families, they were here long before us, and they'll be here long after we are gone.
The old families?
The descendants of the first whalers. These people truly worship their ancestors.
I've got a few questions about the island.
I'm not here to give you information. Mitchell will tell you what he wants to tell you.
I need to get into the Hawkins warehouse.
You're out of luck. It's on my turf.
It's precisely for that reason that I've come to see you.
Are you pulling my leg?
Think it over. I've seen what you're capable of. And you didn't miss me.
I accept the compliment. Well, I see you're serious. To be honest, as long as it doesn't interfere with my business, I don't care. But I'll go with you, to make sure you don't stick your nose into things that don't concern you.
Sounds honest to me.
I'm not finished. If I do that for you, if I let you onto our turf to conduct your little affairs, you'll be indebted to me, and I guarantee that I always collect on what I'm owed. Think about it. I help you, you'll owe me a favor in return. Do you accept?
I want to know what kind of favor. I want to know what kind of favor, please. Can you give me some more context? I guess I've exhausted my other options, though.
Oh, we always have one, Detective. Follow me.
Nobody questions your authority here. I was given to believe that Fitzroy stood up to you.
That boy tried to save face in front of his sailors. They revere their brave captain as they do their old statues. But sooner or later, all statues get buried in bird shit, and nobody cares.
And the police? They do nothing to stop you?
The local cops? The cops drink like everyone else, sweetheart. They know where their interests lie. Apart from that pig-headed Bradley. I don't know whether to admire his stubbornness or to have pity on him.
Put that beast back in the water, you shysters! You're crazy!
They're cops. They can't understand.
Damn stupid idiots!
Forget it. Nobody listens to us anyway.
Oh, wait, those are different guys over by the bar. I thought these guys had moved. I suppose not.
It's fine. He's with me.
Cat, can we go a little bit faster, please? Like, I'm enjoying this saunter, but we've got things to do, you know?
Be a gentleman and move that for me. That's how it's done. Do I still need to hold your hand? Or do you think you'll get by on your own now?
Don't overdo it.
Good. In that case, I'll leave you. I've done enough mothering for now.
Oof.
Ugh, this place stinks. What is the connection between this place and the Sarah Hawkins case?
Oh. Well, I want to look for items first. Or maybe I have to do that. Doesn't seem to be anything to find here. Well, now there is.
Can't sleep. I know how that feels. Who has enough money to buy painkillers, but stays in a place like this? It smells as bad as it looks.
I'll take your word for it.
Is this one of Sarah Hawkins' paintings?
Why did this ghost show up?
Someone treasures this crumpled picture to the point of sleeping with it.
Weird.
What happened here?
Somebody got upset. Didn't like how they were looking that day. I get it. I don't punch mirrors, but I get it. Oh, is it the son? Maybe? Because he's not in the picture. Just the Sarah and Charles? Husband? Whatever husband's name was. Mr. Hawkins?
Someone has settled in here.
And whoever it is has something to tell me about the Hawkins case. Is there anyone in there? You! Don't move! Detective Pierce. I told you to stay away from this warehouse.
Yeah, I know.
You seem like a competent officer. We should help each other.
You're trying to manipulate me, Mr. Pierce. I hate to be taken for a fool.
That's not at all what I was trying to do.
Let me take a more direct approach. Can you explain what this painting is doing here?
This strange portrait. Wait, I know it. It was in the Hawkins mansion when we came to investigate the fire.
So you confirm that it was removed from the crime scene? Interesting. I'd like to go and see the mansion now.
Of course. You want to go back along his trail? I'd like to understand how this painting made it to here.
Then help me out.
My car's parked down the way. Andrews, would you please shut the door? And open your eyes, damn it. This guy went right under your nose. God damn it. Her again. This case has nothing to do with you, Baker. Clear the passage or I'll shut you up for obstruction.
Officer Bradley, you've finally grown a pair. Too bad you're too fat to see them down there.
Oh.
Who are you?
Come on.
Brutal.
Keep the smile. You don't want to force me to widen it.
Okay, I get it. Can we go to the mansion now?
I thought I'd straightened you out, mister. I am disappointed, but we'll meet again.
Is it far, this mansion?
Look behind you, at the top of the ridge.
Oh, was that castle I saw earlier?
See the building?
Way up there? Alright.
That's the Hawkins mansion. Come on, we got some driving to do.
Got some driving to do. Yay! A trophy! Presumably for completing the chapter. Pierce managed to get into the warehouse. The place, thought to be abandoned, revealed some surprises. Signs of recent occupation, as well as a partly charred painting. Interrupted in his searching by Officer Bradley, Pierce convinced him to join his investigation. The police officer is willing to drive the detective to the Hawkins mansion. Oh hey, you've got a pretty big scar on the side of your face there.
Well, here we are. Hawkins mansion. The place has been abandoned since the fire. There's only old Winchester in his hut.
Ah! Why is my face so itchy today?
I see no scorched trees or fire damage on the building.
You're pretty damn observant, ain't you? The fire was quickly contained. Old Silas acted as soon as he could.
Not soon enough to save the Hawkins.
They were trapped in the drawing room. And don't go troubling Silas anymore. His guilt torments him enough as it is. Are we gonna take a closer look at this mansion, or do you have other questions?
I have other questions, sir. You best believe it.
You're the one who looked after the Hawkins case.
Don't think I was trying to hide it. It's just that this discovery shakes my convictions.
That's why you're so keen to find out who removed the painting from the mansion.
Yes. If something escaped us, or if there's been a law enforcement error, then it's up to the police to make good its mistake. Anything else?
Your partner, Andrews, warned me against him.
You managed to get something out of that bum? I'll end up asking you for advice.
He talks too much. He inferred that old Silas was slightly unhinged.
That's not far off the mark, I suppose. But kinda unfair at the same time. You know, Silas Winchester has been working for the Hawkins family as far back as I can remember.
Had been working for the Hawkins family.
The day of the fire, he lost his whole family. So he's got nowhere to go. And, as you'll see, in a way he's still watching over them. Is there anything else you want to ask me? Or do you want to go up there?
No, we need all the information, dude.
You won't get me to believe that it looked any better 3 months ago.
It's a very old building, you know? Its foundations would probably date from the arrival of the first settlers.
It's got nothing to do with Charles Hawkins' debts.
Ha! You've already begun to nose around it, would seem. So, since you already know it, the Hawkins family couldn't afford the upkeep of this house. It remains to be seen what they did with all that.
I guess she wasn't that good of a painter.
I wager it was Charles Hawkins' travels. Let's go up there. Unless you still have questions.
Whoa! Pulling all my cords out.
I prefer to be prepared if there's going to be trouble.
It's a wise attitude. But apart from old Silas and some rotten floorboards, there's nothing to worry about.
Could he be a problem?
Strictly speaking, he ain't dangerous. But since the tragedy, he's been a little touched. Though he's a remarkably sturdy man, given his age. A true force of nature.
Nice.
That old man doesn't worry me.
Gee. If you don't want to listen to my advice, we might as well go. Right?
Yeah, you're right.
Night falls quickly here, and I want to be able to see
gosh.
when we arrive.
And my eye is
I'll go
watering.
with you, if only to reassure Silas.
Just such a sad story. I can't help it. Or like allergies or something, I don't know. It's been happening a lot lately. And it's unusual. Yeah, sure.
Why not? You can help.
Right. Let's go.
I smell occult points.
Bradley was right. This place is much older than I imagined.
Maybe not. Oh, is this actually the right way? I thought I went off the beaten path. Well, then what's straight ahead? Or... Oh, it's blocked by a fallen. Okay. What's this way, then? I have to look for secrets. Surely. Surely there's something out here. Like this. A small wooden whale. The figurine of a whale carved from wood. It's the sort of toy that sailors made for their children. Cute. But is it a clue? I'm not convinced. I think it's just a collectible. Yeah, there's not much else up here. Okay, that's the way closer to the house. Oh, this is where Bradley is, though. He keeps going in the way I don't expect. This does actually lead up to the house, though. Got a game saved. So, what's he doing over here? Maybe I could look at the different plaques. Oh.
Poor kid. Charles Hawkins' grave. Who could have done this?
I told you. Silas Winchester is still watching over the Hawkins family.
I must say, it's pretty gloomy.
So, Detective, does this place inspire any thoughts?
Sad ones.
Why were they buried here?
I was given to believe that it was Charles Hawkins' wish.
Strange idea. I imagine Webster wasn't too pleased.
Mrs. Hawkins' father? It's said that he's devastated.
Let's go to the mansion.
Ah, we were just taking a detour.
Please give me a minute. I didn't expect to set...
The flowers on Sarah Hawkins' grave are fresh. The old caretaker must be very attached to her.
Curious. Are you ready to go?
The caretaker takes...
Fine. I'm gonna let you catch up on your own time, fella. Thought maybe there'd be a random medical book hiding under the tree. It is a video game, of course, so you've got to put hidden stuff in the weirdest places.
I'll have to find another entrance.
Been a little bit dark, and my tiny baby lighter is not helping.
This entrance is still in use.
Whoa! You are trying to force the door, you nosy prick!
Easy,
Language.
sir, all right? Put down the axe.
You know what we do with rubble like you? We gut them. Dump them into the ocean.
Whoa! You're Mr. Winchester. Lower that axe. And let's talk calmly.
I'll show you how we have it out on Darkwater.
You haven't forgiven yourself. You stay here to honor the memory of the deceased.
That's true. I want no more violence. No more tragedy.
It's painful to be the last one left.
You don't know how right you are. Understood. I'm listening.
The police report describes a domestic accident, but Stephen Webster has several reasons to believe that this may not be the case.
Webster is as stubborn as an old mule. And I did tell him that we should let the dead rest in peace.
He wants to restore the reputation of his daughter. I just need to see where the fire started.
No, I can't let you in. The mansion isn't safe.
That's why you barricaded the entrance.
That's right.
And this door?
It's locked, and I make sure it stays that way.
No one lives in the mansion, and you don't take care of it anymore. If you have a good reason to be here, I'm listening.
There's vermin. I keep an eye out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. Vermin.
Like me.
Right. This is what we're going to do. I go inside, and I promise that I'll hunt vermin. Okay with you?
I'm not sure.
If there's nothing else to fear, you can give me that key.
Right. Take the key and do
Hey,
it.
the terrible old man. That's a Lovecraft story.
Man. Just to get rid of you.
Let's see what more I can learn from this mansion.
So that's cool. I guess the trophies are going to be like incentive to replay with different choices and different level up thingies. Let's go. Why am I going this way?
This gate is locked.
There's so much to see, but nothing of specific interest. Oh, there's... I guess this is Sam's house. Sam, right? Mr. Winchester? Silas. That's his name was Silas, not Sam. Not a very good friend, am I? You know, that town seemed a lot farther away from below. But maybe I just thought this mansion was bigger than it really is.
Empty, of course.
Okay. Why did I remove the sheet metal exactly?
The poor wretch seems to spend the best part of his time isolated from the world. Rather Spartan. The caretaker has simple tastes. I know a thing or two about solitude myself.
Yep. You and me both, buddy. You and me both. Can I, like, sneak in here now, or something? Anything? No? Maybe later. He's probably gonna open the door and then be like, if you need more information, come see me in my shack down the stairs.
Shall we enter? Now that you finish your fun and games with Silas, we can perhaps inspect the mansion.
You're right. Let's go.
Where did Silas go? Is he inside? I kind of veered off in another direction.
Let's take a look inside.
I'm with you.
Oh, loading screen. Still chapter 3, though. Wait. Yeah, still chapter 3. Pierce and Officer Bradley explored the gardens of the Hawkins mansion. The family lies in the graveyard of the property, guarded by Silas Winchester. The old caretaker, still faithful to his employees, keeps watch on the place armed with his axe. Pierce and Bradley managed to calm him down and finally got hold of the key to the Hawkins mansion. They enter the building looking for the scene of the fire.
Follow me. I know the place.
Oh, yeah?
Who left this light on?
Gain 2 CP, I gotta spend that, man. Yeah. I'm gonna know all about how your brain thinks. I don't like this validate thing. Can't it just ask me on the way out? Looks suspicious. Or not.
The Last Supper of the Hawkins. What does this tell me?
Your guess is as good as mine there, buddy.
Sarah Hawkins painted herself with her son, Simon, ready to go somewhere, but without Charles.
Charles? Well, maybe I better finish this room first before...
What kind of meat is this?
A very good question. The one I was wondering myself. Got little tentacles on it. No thank you.
This place is for the head of the family, Charles Hawkins.
Mm-hmm.
The boy was probably here. Smashed his plate on the floor. Sarah Hawkins' plate. Why did she leave it untouched?
Because she didn't want to
Something
eat the
happened.
gross tentacle meat?
An argument?
That's why I would leave my plate untouched, because I don't want to eat it.
Daydreaming again?
Working, officer. This dinner table tells us a lot about the Hawkins family life.
Well, we don't have all day. The scene of the fire is next door.
Oh, I am totally turned around. I thought I was facing this direction. I was not.
Charles and Sarah's wedding, as painted by Sarah
Silas
herself.
managed to bring the fire under control, but it was already too late for the Hawkins.
Alright, well, you do your thing in there. I'm gonna walk around and look for
Charles
stuff.
Hawkins, some kind of explorer.
Cool. Charles Hawkins poses like an explorer in front of exotic ruins. It is common knowledge that he wasted away his fortune on expensive trips. What was he looking for? Oh. Well.
Too much rubble. I'll find an easier way.
Now we know why he couldn't pay his bar tab.
Let's see if I can find something the cops missed.
I want to find something without the secret investigative powers first. Guess not. I guess not.
If the painting I found on the docks really came from here, how come it didn't burn?
Roll chair. I just realized I'm like wildly off center. Hi. Things are better now. Alright. I totally missed what he was saying.
Is Charles Hawkins a heavy drinker?
Oh, everyone on this frickin' island is.
They had a fight. Why?
Maybe because of the shoe.
Did Sarah Hawkins lose one of her shoes? How?
I don't know.
Did it stop at the time of the fire? The child's corpse left a trace. Where are the others?
Are they not dead? I thought it was the kid who got out alive. Maybe he's the only one actually confirmed dead. Wouldn't that be something? Whoa. We've seen this before, except in less detail. It's Squid Man.
Did someone escape the fire?
You tell me, Mr. Private Detective.
Blood. This lamp was thrown. This was no accident. This was a fight. Someone fell here. A desperate attempt to flee. And the boy.
So, Detective, what do you make of it?
Well, I'm not going to say this.
I firmly believe this fire was more than just an accident.
Huh. What's your theory?
I think the Hawkins couple got into a fight.
You sure of that?
There's only one way to be sure.
I just ask that you don't disturb anything. If Chief West found out about what we're doing, I'd be in serious trouble.
Don't worry, bud. I won't rat you out. Nobody likes a rat. And also, snitches get stitches.
This door is locked.
There are vermin in here, though. Silas was right. Ooh, another medicine book. There was a 45% before. Or no, I guess it was 45% for psychology. It's 26 now? Is it actually going up? Like, doesn't really seem like it. Yeah, I'm still sane. Why is there a... Oh, there's a bubble there because I have a CP to spend. Gotcha. Let's put it into investigation. I think I'm going to level that one up next. Yeah, I guess I'm not doing much investigating otherwise.
These bandages are covered in dried blood.
I say as soon as I click an investigation prompt. Is that... No, it's not a person over there. I don't know which way to go.
This door is blocked from the outside. The lyrics of the drunken sailor. The sea shanty.
Can I go upstairs? I can't. Okay. So it's just the illusion of having a lot of places to go.
An original edition of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, dated 1818.
Nice!
Moby Dick, Melville's classic. The epic battle between man and whale. Mandatory reading for any whaler, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Or anyone who's played Metal Gear Solid 5. So you get all the references to Moby Dick that are in that game.
This piano is in disrepair. Looks like the Hawkins kept it more for decoration than for music.
Find anything? You want me to find everything?
This place was falling apart long before the fire.
Anything on the table? No. Any other interesting books? Papers? Paintings? Ooh, look here.
A book on the first inhabitants of the island. It seems they got here around the 14th century.
That's not really what I was hoping for. Yeah, another medical book. It was, what, 27 last time? Oh, 28, so it is going up. By teensy bits. I don't think I'll ever be a true doctor, but... Try. I'll try. Oh, man. Now there's a lot of place to investigate. Yeah, I'll turn it on. Why not? All the other lamps are on.
Greek mythology. Hecate, goddess of the dead, daughter of Tartarus, and mother of Scylla.
Scylla again.
Dark water history. This place was settled back in 1692 by two families that seceded from the New England colonies. A book on hunting whales, the island's staple diet last century. There's something disturbing about this painting.
It's a little unsettling, sure, but I wouldn't say disturbing.
20,000 leagues under the sea. Another story about the mysteries of the deep.
Sure is. I haven't read that in like 25 years, but I remember enjoying it. Although it was 25 years ago, I did read the children's illustrated version, so I haven't read the actual 20,000 Leagues. Maybe I should.
A crowbar. Could prove useful.
Glad I found it. Good thing I increased that hidden item finding skill. Might have been lost forever. Hey, it's the other room.
What could Sarah have done to make this person threaten to call the police?
Dear sir, as you know, I have always held you and your family in high respect. Unfortunately, I can no longer continue to close my eyes on the behavior of your wife. Last week she, again, terrified my clientele. I know that she means no harm, but you should place her in the care of Dr. Fuller. He alone seems to be able to make her come to her senses. If these disturbances were to recur, believe me that, although it would feel like torture, I would be obliged to involve the police. Respectfully yours, Anton Wellard. Alright. So she was a menace to society, was she? Wow, it keeps going. Probably nothing to find down here, right?
Locked.
Ooh, a secret. Oh!
What will her room reveal about her?
I don't know, but holy cow. Oh man, I can go everywhere. Alright, let's start with the office, because that had like an optional hidden item get into it, so I don't think this will push me forward. Or maybe it will, because it's full of occult
Sarah
symbols.
Hawkins' agent was getting worried. Seems she wasn't giving any signs of life.
My very dear Sarah, ever since you left to bury yourself away on that lost island, your art has been attracting increasing numbers of collectors. I beg you to send me some new paintings. The last ones, so somber and strange, moving as no other paintings have been, are selling at a premium price. Your percentage of these most recent sales is attached. Not forget your friend, who is the first to recognize your genius and display it to the world. Affectionately yours, Maximilian L. Alright. So she was an artist who stopped doing art.
This ledger lists all of the paintings Sarah Hawkins sold.
So they gave a couple of freebies near the end. But man, she was raking in some good dough. May to August? Maybe not great. I mean, that's May, June, July, August, 4 months. That's probably a survivable amount of money.
Seems the last one was given for free to a Francis Sanders. I wonder why.
I'm not going to do the math.
Despite what happened, they seem to have loved each other.
Let's check the back. Oh, yeah.
The door is blocked on the other side.
Alright, well, I'll go in from there. Oh, maybe that's how I'm supposed to find this if I don't locate the key.
Was Sarah Hawkins interested in the occult?
Do you think?
Trying to achieve?
Is there anything else? I can't do the investigation mode
Bradley?
here, so...
Is that you?
Attic? I'm gonna not go there yet. If that's quite alright.
Boys' room.
Thank you. Oh, there's an investigation to do here. Of all places. Got a lot of toys. Probably a pretty happy kid.
A child's fort. From what threat was Simon protecting his world?
I think it was just using his imagination, dude. That's how kids play.
Tom Sawyer. Mark Twain. Sarah must have read it to him before bed.
Can we look at these creepy highlighted pictures, maybe? No?
Sleeping pills. Strong for an 11-year-old boy. What was wrong with this family?
They had insomnia. It's normal. Thank you very much.
What nightmarish vision could have inspired them?
Probably whatever his mom was trying to
Simon's
summon.
troubles went beyond family problems. That kid saw something. Something terrified him.
Squid Man? It might have been Squid Man. Oh, you're gonna break your lockpick again.
This padlock is too complicated for me.
Or that.
Barbiturates. Sarah Hawkins must have been extremely agitated resorting to such a treatment.
They act as a depressant of the nervous system, but once you begin, you can never live without them. Of that I know something. Seems like a reason to not take them in the first place. To me. But I'm the kind of person who's not an addict, so... Hey, you're still down here. Yeah.
What do you know about Charles Hawkins' activities?
Well, not much, to be honest. We all assumed the Hawkins lived on Charles's inheritance. If you're right, we should be able to find clues among the Hawkins' personal effects.
Okay. So talking to you isn't going to progress anything forward. I have to go upstairs. Creepy attic where I will no doubt, attacked by something or someone. Perhaps large vermin. Oh yeah, cutscene. This won't end well. Is that me? Not me, but Edward me? Uh-oh.
You! Stop!
Where do they go? I didn't see.
Bradley, did you see which way he went?
Who? I didn't see anyone. I just heard some noise. Are you all right?
A man was hiding on the upper level. He ran when he saw me. He can't be
Well,
far.
you don't know it was a man. That could have been a lady. I guess I have to go back upstairs? I read that book. Probably. I think that was Frankenstein, in fact. I don't know, I don't think the lamp has any sort of fuel, but best not to have it hanging around if, seeing things. There's not much to see here. I'm not sure if it's a studio or just a supply room. Yeah, there's nothing here to find. I thought for sure there would be a door. And I can't jump down. Shoot. Alright, Bradley, my boy. What do we do next?
I'll cover you.
Oh. Why would I want to? The lighter sucks. Oh, there is fuel. Look, the thing is depleting.
This door
Okay.
was closed earlier.
Which door? This door? This door?
Where did he go?
This Dr. Fuller, was he Sarah Hawkins' therapist?
Charles, I understand your worries, but I assure you that Sarah is in good hands here at the Riverside Institute. It goes without saying that her state requires very specific care and a high level of attention. Her full potential will only be able to express itself if she is placed in secure environmental if she is placed in a secure environment and surrounded by qualified staff. The decision is yours, of course, but I seem to understand that you are running out of time. Your friend, Thomas Fuller. Oh, 4 CP for that. Dang! That's almost another full investigation. Ah, every time. One day.
They look like Celtic
Do you
runes.
really think that your fugitive
Charles
came in
must
here?
have brought them back from one of
I don't
his
see
foreign
any way
trips.
out.
Alright, if you could not talk over each other, that would be super.
It looks like an old seaway map. Seems like this came from a log.
Whoa, it's long. Yeah, Monday, 24th May, 1847, Darkwater Island. We've sailed north all morning. Captain Hamilton is confident. He says that he'll beat the Orpheus this season. May God be merciful. Sunday, 30th May, 1847. I preferred it when the whales disappeared without trace. With these carcasses, we can no longer ignore their sad fate. What is eating these huge beasts? I told Hamilton that it was a bad omen. He doesn't care. Tuesday, 1st June, 1847. We dropped anchor near a village. The inhabitants say that the waters are red with blood of the sacred beasts, and to follow them is to defy the gods? Huh. I told them that I only feared God Almighty, but in the loneliness of the hold I'm scared. Friday, 4th June, 1847. We have sighted a huge whale in the distance. It seems to be beyond anything known to man. It sends out an infernal song. Hamilton wants it. Wednesday, 23rd June, 1847. We've caught it! It's the most grotesque whale I've ever laid eyes upon. It will go into memory as the biggest catch ever. Men have died, but we have gained glory. This day will be celebrated for years to come. Tuesday, 29th June, 1847. We have beaten the Orpheus, returned with empty holds. Scylla and Hamilton are only memories. Huh? Took a bit of a turn there. Shouldn't they have returned with the big mega catch, or whatever they called it? Miraculous catch?
Seaway map. As if the bookcase has been moved several times.
Where am I going?
This globe seems to have been part of some mechanism.
Oh. That was a weirdly slow pan, but whatever. Here, I'm gonna say. Here's me. Here-ish. Anyway, in this general area. Certainly there's something to find.
Work. It looks like a freehand map of dark water. Certain areas have been highlighted. I wonder why.
We'll put it together in a bit. Don't worry.
The Scylla. It's the boat that was stranded at the entrance to the harbor.
Uh-huh.
This panel is movable.
Well, then move it.
Cogwheels. They must be linked to an opening mechanism. Probably a secret passage. I must find a way to activate the opening mechanism.
Oh, am I gonna break it? Oh wait, I have a crowbar.
I should be able to force the gears.
Am I, like... Did it work?
Well done, Pierce.
Clearly, Charles Hawkins knew Captain Fitzroy very well. I wonder who the man with the glasses is in the photograph. As if the bookcase has been moved several times.
Okay, so now I can, like, shove it open. But there are things to look at. Oil. Good. And, I can do something with the map
Looks
now?
like the navigational paths described in the log.
Okay. I guess I would have used that to solve a puzzle involving the globe. But, look, I did it the better way, without solving a puzzle. Oh, that must be Chapter 4. Inside the Hawkins mansion, the scene of the fire revealed its secrets. Pierce and Officer Bradley, now on the trail of a survivor, had undertaken to search the place looking for proof. I don't know if you used undertaken quite right there. When a hooded man leaped into Sarah Hawkins' workshop to steal a painting, detective and police officers set off after him. By following him to the office of Charles Hawkins, they discovered a secret passage. Pierce and Bradley enter the tunnel under the mansion.
Secret passage. Under the manor. It's like a detective novel.
Exactly like a detective novel. Or maybe an H.P. Lovecraft novel. Oh, I didn't get one for beating the chapter?
Yeah. And he had a direct
Guess I
means
just
of entering
assumed
the
I'd get a
crime
point.
scene. We must find him.
What is this place? It's more than just a tunnel.
3 seats.
Look. Someone's been here recently.
Oh yeah, the dude what escaped. Alright, clues, reveal yourself to me.
Did Charles Hawkins use this place? Who were the others? What is this mast supposed to represent?
Just don't know. Where's the next clue? It is the box, okay.
Did Charles Hawkins hide something in this chest?
Who's to say? Where's the next clue?
This piece of cloth is unmistakably from a dress. Was Sarah Hawkins here?
It was Sarah all along. Wait, what is this? Just a piece of art? Maybe?
A disfigured saint. What does it mean? A disfigured saint.
Your guess is as good as mine, bud.
This symbol. What does it mean?
I don't know. Ooh, occultism progression. It's picking up. Only gotta find, like, what, 2 more things to get a level up there? And then maybe I'll know what the disfigured statue's about. This game seems to be pretty linear, though, so I think now that I've not known what it is, I'm never going to know what it is.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
And something tells me that the key is climbing these steps. There's tunnels all over this island. Given the size of this cave, there's gotta be other entrances.
The passage continues further down. Might as well start with that.
I ain't gonna squeeze in there. I'll find another way.
Okay.
If possible, I prefer not to ruin my uniform.
Fine, fine.
Fair enough.
Go look
That's
for
fair.
another entrance. I'll try my luck down below.
I'll just ruin my sweet detective garb. Secondary objective, go to the main cave. Where am I squeezing? Through here? Oh? He's not oh, here we go. Squeeze complete. As far as I can tell, my clothes are intact. At least the cuff of my sleeve is fine.
Some kind of dream catcher. If I touch it, it'll turn to dust.
At first I read it as, if I touch it, I'll turn to dust. I was like, dude, you're not a dream. At least I don't think so. There's something funky happening with the lighting if you turn around the wrong way.
These paintings must be several centuries old.
These paintings must be several centuries old.
This monstrous creature must be an allegory.
Was this the miraculous catch? As I would have left that in the ocean, personally.
These people lying down, are they dead? Are they asleep?
But then again, I don't eat seafood of any description, so I would leave everything in the ocean. That's not totally true. On very rare occasions, I will breaded calamari, but that's much it.
These buildings seem to have come out of the water.
Every once in a while, I will try a shrimp and then remember that I don't like shrimp. But yeah, that's as far as she goes. Like there's probably more murals than I can look at, but it seems like I got them all. Oh, one way. I gained ICP. Nice. I'm an investigation expert. Professional, amateur, novice. Ugh, I did it again. Can I unlock this? Nope, no, there's no going back. Super. Maybe a little bit more light would be okay down here. Inside of a house, the lighter will suffice.
Time has weakened these structures.
Checking caves and stuff for possible secret items. I want to have as much light as is available. Is it the drip drops? Yeah, I thought a prompt was showing up there, but it's just dripping water. So many visual trickeries going on here. I don't appreciate it. Oh, I can go down there.
I don't have time to search them all.
Now search one. Find out what's in them.
It looks like animal oil, but certainly not whale.
Yeah, I don't think many animals have green oil in them. I'm no expert, but I feel like that's something that I would know. And if I don't, by all means, please enlighten me.
What's going on here?
Piers!
Keep your voice down. We're not alone.
Good God. What have you got me into?
You can leave whenever you want, Bradley.
We'll see. I'll go on. Try to go down on your side.
In fact, it might be for the best. Maybe you should leave.
I'll meet you at the bottom.
You are a non-main character in a horror story, so I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you're probably gonna live. Especially we're heading into some caves with some ominous chanting. Like your odds are diminishing by the second. And that's my portrait. What's it doing here?
Locked. An engraved whalebone. A strange creature has been carved into it.
Cool.
Probably a figure of worship.
I'm getting close. One more. I'm gonna get an occultism level up. One more.
A table for sacrifice?
Give me that point. Or don't. Oh. A nice statue of Cthulhu. Oh, that was maybe not the best move.
I got it.
Whoa. Wow, he is freaking out fast.
Breathe. What's happening?
Alright. No need to look for clues, we just need to get out.
No, damn it! I must find a way out of here.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this looks good. Can squeeze through these rocks, right? Super narrow, but that's fine, because you're a video game character that doesn't actually have a body.
Is it my turn? Yes. It is time. You will soon be one of us. If your body and mind are ready.
I dream of it every night. I have constant visions. I am ready.
Good enough. Prove it to us.
It's like in my dream.
So, about to encounter Squidman.
It seems to have been used recently. Probably some sort of ritual.
Yeah! Cultism level up. Dick. Hey, I'm still sane. When am I going to unlock something on there? You would think that maybe the panic attack would show up or some such.
I can't read Latin.
Oh, another one. Will be if you keep picking them up. Or you will be able to pick them up. You can't read Latin, I can't speak English. So we've got similar but different problems. Oh, I guess that's the way I'm probably supposed to go. Why is there just like a never-ending itch? It's just traveling around my face today. Probably because I'm on camera. It's like, we're gonna make him look like a really itchy weirdo. I can't help but feel that going in that door is the way forward, but hard to say sometimes in games like this. Which way are you supposed to go and which way is purely for sake of exploration? I know for sure is that I am running down my oil and I don't like it.
You who sleeps, accept this dream under your immortal name.
Ya Cthulhu Nithsiha Fitag.
Grant him your flesh and accept so that his body and yours may be one.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave. How about that? How do you feel about that course of action, Edward?
Locked.
Grant him your mind and accept his, so that his mind and yours may be one.
Oh, fuel. Or oil.
Grant him your dreams.
I saw something.
and
No,
accept
you didn't.
his, so that the paths...
I feel him.
You are gifted indeed. Not another word. Let him pass through every part of you. All you
Just not aggravate the cultists yet.
for your return into the kingdom.
I'd rather keep exploring a little bit first.
Bring me more sacred flesh.
Oh, sacred. None of that regular flesh. We need the sacred flesh. Deal with you sleepy boys.
Dead? This ritual killed him. Where's the sense in that?
Oh, they're not that
Again,
sleepy, are
this
they?
Primitive writing.
Well, we know who defaced the statue.
We are ready for the ceremony. What about your protege?
His awakening is complete. He will join you shortly.
I didn't realize there were stealth sections in this game. Hopefully they don't get any harder than that, though. Oh, Bradley.
I saw two odd-looking guys coming down. Seemed up to no good. What in the world is this?
Squid Man. It's Squid Man.
An intruder!
Look, there's his tentacles.
Don't move! Police! Don't move!
Oh no, Bradley!
I won't hesitate.
Bradley, get back!
You're hesitating.
You asked for it!
Uh-oh. Get the powers of a squid.
You shouldn't have seen this.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't think I'm getting out of this one. Oh! What a convenient cave-in.
Get out of here.
Perfect. Oh, this is gonna be the end of me. No, I was sure there'd be a dramatic bridge break right under my feet. Maybe that's too much of a trope, though. Oh. Maybe I'm gonna get caved in.
My leg.
Is it okay? Is it still attached? What am I working with here? A little hobbly. But we also have a point. Wouldn't you like to spend it? Oh, 2 points, no less. Start working toward our next spot hidden. Oof. Somebody didn't do great. Another somebody didn't do great.
Light. At last.
Freedom! Oh no. Not another boulder. Pierce and Officer Bradley followed the intruder to the secret meeting place of a cult set in the network of underground caves right under the Hawkins Manor. They witnessed a strange ceremony led by a Charles Hawkins, very much alive. Bradley tried to arrest him, but Hawkins, whose body displayed various mutations, disemboweled the police officer. As he tried to escape from him... no. I read that punctuation poorly. As he tried to escape from him, Pierce found himself prisoner of a rock fall. Rushed to the Riverside Institute, he is in a critical state. How did I get out? Who brought me out? Did they find me and take me to a hospital instead of killing me? I don't quite understand. Not the drugs! Get them out of me! Whoa, creepy. Also very dirty. Don't appreciate that in a doctor. Gotta say.
He will survive. Strong subject.
There, he's opening his eyes.
You saved him, Fuller.
I can't get up.
Don't move, Pierce. You can certainly say that you gave us a scare.
What did you do to me?
Bradley?
Undo these straps.
Whoa, go easy, my friend.
Weren't you disemboweled?
You were dead. He killed you.
Are you sure he's better?
He was dead. Me too, we were dead. What are you doing?
I'm sorry, my friend.
What? No!
Ouch. I don't like needles. I don't like that. Not at all.
What happened to me? Where am I?
Well, I have other things to do, so I have to find out later. But you, dear viewer, can find out right now. Well, I'm not really sure how to come back in from that, so...
Sanders, you have to come with us. No, please. I can't leave here.
You got no choice, Sanders, and neither do we.
You don't understand. If I go out, he'll see me. No, no!
You're leaving this cell.
Please. I don't want him to find me.
Wasn't Francis one of the people that, well, what's-her-face was given art to? I don't really want to leave yet. Ooh. Oh, yes. Here's my inspection of the deadly fumes. Is that, like, being piped in to poison me? Or is it just bad pipes? Oh look, I've woken in a completely different room. Didn't see that coming. I actually didn't. Thought there was going to be some more stuck in the cell drama. But, oh, we're up and about. Good thing, probably. There's nothing to find here, seems.
pursued me right into their dreams. They scrawled all over their maps in the wake of my lonely wanderings.
Okay. Relax, dude. I'm not making any noise. I am being quiet. Calm yourself, pink pants.
No sea is dark enough to hide the color of my blood.
Is it like neon pink?
Strong enough to scatter my dreams.
Okay, well, dreams don't typically scatter, so... Just saying.
When the last of them rises up, you will choose. I will not be here to bear witness to it, because you will have released me.
Cool.
But the earth will resound to your cries, or theirs.
Cool. I guess, maybe. Yeah, I've had nightmares kind of like that. Except with, like, my ex's parents on the other side of the door.
Stand up. We don't have
No,
much time.
it's not that bad. But kinda. Kinda.
Can you stand up?
It's nice that they let me wear my own
Friend of
clothes.
Ethan Bradley. It was he who told me that you had been interned here.
Wait. Bradley is really alive? I don't understand. You filled me so full of drugs I can't distinguish dream from reality.
Please believe that I have nothing to do with these disgraceful treatments. Look, I
I'm
don't
gonna
have
need
time to
proof,
explain everything.
Marie.
I'm not really supposed to be here. And the same goes for you, according to Ethan. You must leave as soon as possible, and as unobtrusively as possible. I've brought you your clothes. Let me go ahead.
No, I'm already wearing my clothes.
Wait a minute.
Think? Locked.
What's going on here? What do they do to the patients to make them so terrified?
I would really like to know. I only see them when they are brought up for medical treatment, for problems they didn't have before going downstairs. But this is neither the time nor the place to talk about that. We must not stay here. There are 2 men standing guard near the stairs. It's the only way to the floor above. I shall try to distract them, and get at least one to come with me. All you need to do is to follow me as soon as the way is free.
Understood.
No, wait, I want to ask more questions. Oh. Rude.
What does this mean?
I don't know. Let's find out. Shall we? Ooh, the Elder Sign.
This is no medicine.
I mean, under the medicine. Or syringe. That is not medicine.
Sarah Hawkins is on this list of authorized visitors.
Oh, the Elder Sign's everywhere in here. I think that's what it's called. My Lovecraft knowledge is not really up to par. I will freely admit this.
In his eyes, this symbol must have some protective virtues.
Yeah, it keeps the Elder Gods away.
What did he write about the painting?
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! I know she's said to be unobtrusive, but I would like to get hidden items that are around more than that. Oh, there's the banger.
If I don't get out of here, I'll end up like him.
Sleeping? Not so bad.
Poor wretch.
Oh, look at that. What is that, like a... What kind of jambalaya? Curry? It actually doesn't look great. But it could be good. Actually, that one on the left kind of looks like vomit. I wouldn't... I don't think I'd eat that.
I would like to say that I'm surprised to see you, but we all know that your curiosity will be your ruin.
I don't understand. These people need care. You keep them in this terrible place as if...
Go back upstairs where your patients are waiting for you to treat them. As for you, gentlemen, do not disappoint me anymore. No one enters or leaves.
Yes, Doctor.
Whoever did the volume mixing on this game didn't do a great job.
I'll find a way of getting rid of those two myself.
It's like the patient screams are so much louder than the actual dialogue. It's not great. And maybe it's what they wanted, but I don't think it's really the right choice. In items. Thought a symbol. Are there not hidden items around here? Thought I saw the symbol.
The machine is working again, but the control wheels haven't been put back on.
I was just going to the storage room. I can bring them to you.
No, Dr. Fuller doesn't want us touching the pressure valves.
As you want. I'm gonna see if there's sleeping pills left. They've run out again upstairs.
Put a few aside for me, will you? And above all, leave the wheels where they are.
Alright. Oh. Much to my chagrin, we have another stealth section here. Whoop. Hello. And I think, like...
Good God. What could this machine be used for?
Probably most people agree that, like, if your game isn't titled Metal Gear Solid, please keep stealth to a minimum. If not, just avoiding it altogether. Game developers, they love doing stealth sections. Alright, well, Francis has some problems. I probably could have read that. It was like a sentence, but...
Is there a connection between this corpse and the machine?
Oh, no. I'm not a doctor.
The corpse is complete. Whose are these limbs?
Alright, so I've got an ample amount of closets to hide in. That's cool.
This machine seems to consume a great deal of electricity. Worse and worse. What's the connection between this meat and the electrical installation?
Maybe it provides the electricity.
Vats of rotten flesh? An elaborate electrical system? Like a dumb pulp novel.
You called it, buddy. Called it. There's, I guess, something hidden nearby. My spidey sense is tingling. Right, it's tingling in this very specific area. So, if I was a hidden item, where would I be? And would I even be worth finding? Oh, look.
The cops know what's going on?
Belongs to a police officer. We don't know which police. So, interesting.
Have I activated anything?
I don't know. Let's go play with the dials.
What will happen if I increase the current to the limit?
I don't know.
I can still increase the load. I can still increase the load.
Okay, then do it. I guess. Oh, wait. I guess I have to find all 4 of the switches. Oh, I thought it went into that cabinet. I'm a fool. You. Oh, there's a dead rat. Gross. Holy smokes. Yeah, they may have seen me.
It's locked.
Maybe I have to find the green one last. This is where those 2 guys went, so I'm going to avoid it for now. Ooh, there's a secret in here. There's a secret for my prying eyes.
A control wheel to mount on a plumbing system.
Oh, that was easy. Nice. Another medical tome. Oh, someone walking around there. I should make myself scarce. Oh, dang, he coming. I do like the little markers that... Ugh. Oh no, the marker's gone away. What do I do? Help. Eek. Eek. Did he go in there? Like... I'm a little bit, worried. I would prefer not to be caught, if possible. Or... is it possible he just vanished? In this room. Ooh, a library.
Zoology, esotericism, mineralogy, and a full shelf on cephalopods.
Cool. Oh. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Do I go crazy if I hide for too long? Does Eddie have
Hawkins.
some...
She was a patient here.
Whatchamacallit? Fear of tight spaces? Claustrophobia? Sarah was interned at Riverside for fits of insanity a while before her death. She wasn't at her first attempt with the fire at the mansion. What? I don't understand that sentence.
That Dr. Fuller again. Anatomy, anthropology, nothing surprising.
There's nothing super important in this room, other than, like, confirmation that Sarah was at least considered to be crazy. We don't got nothing. We don't got nothing. Go back about your business. I like that he only thinks he saw me. A little bit too bad that you can't move while peeking, but I understand. Okay, that's the guy who was hassling me?
It's done. Now for the others.
Okay. That's a hiding cabinet. Uh-oh. So, I want to know... A ritual. Oh, look! In the tunnels under the Hawkins mansion, Pierce witnessed the disemboweling of Officer Bradley by a man with a monstrous appearance. The men in gowns and their rituals had not succeeded in affecting the veteran. However, the brutal death of Bradley, the discovery of the identity of his killer, whom he recognized as the dead Charles Hawkins, as well as the latter's superhuman strength, managed to strike fear into him. Pierce still does not know if he should believe what he saw. He may even put these visions of horror to the shock caused by the death of Bradley, or he may put it down to a lack of oxygen provoked by the rockfall. Alright, yeah. I have, no. Points to spend? I don't.
One, two, three, four, 5, 6. No, not 6.
And I think one guy is just going in a circle. That's nice. Should be easy enough to avoid. This guy...
What is well enough inside me? I feel it in my head and in my body. He roars and swells and has strength.
I guess I have to cause a distraction to get past him.
Trail of white, nourishing bones. He is my master. He enters me.
Look, I do not sleep.
Yes.
If he does not catch me, I do not sleep. do not see him. I do not hear him. He does not call me. He does not call.
You. Yeah, you there. Come here.
If I walk,
I don't know what you're doing there, but you don't seem to be friends with the nurses. I can help you. Help me, and I'll owe you one.
What do you want?
Sleep. That's all.
Sleep? You don't want to leave?
No. Have you seen the storm that's brewing? I'm fine here. Except for one problem.
You want sleeping pills, right?
Yeah. And in exchange, I can make noise. Lots of noise.
You'll draw the guards to your cell to allow me to escape.
So, you in? Find something to make me sleep, and I'll take care of the guards for you.
Is it the noise that disturbs you?
No, it's the nightmares. We all have them here. That's what wakes us up. There's no way to get back to sleep.
I'll find you some pills.
Go look in the storage room. There must be sleeping pills there.
Which way is it? This way? This way? Where is that dude? Gonna be right here, I think. Yeah, there's my wire that I was following. And there's him. Kitchen. That's not a storage room. I should be peeking more. Wait. Circle. Okay. Oh, where did I start then? Well, I'm gonna go into the administration room.
Locked.
Or not.
This padlock is too complicated for me.
Man. And after I put all those points into investigation for you? Edward. Oh. The sentry there. Oh, jeez. This is a terrible place to be. Eek. I wish I could just push him into that vat and not have a problem anymore. If it just walks back and forth, it's not too bad. I'll just be able to scoot around here. Not much to find. Hiding spot. Not sure which way he's gonna go. I'm just gonna wait him out. Uh-oh.
Who's there?
Uh-oh!
Hey!
Uh-oh! Run! I forgot. Oh! Oh! Ah, dang. I thought I could hide behind that table. I was wrong. Just go away, dude. Stop! I don't want to be trapped here anymore. Wait. Can't see me if I'm peeking. Which is dumb. But I appreciate it. Oh, wah! That would have been real dumb. Boop. Pharmacy. Oh ho ho. Sleeping pills ahoy. Yeah, you go in there. Seems like you hang out in there for a while. So just do that while I check out storage.
With these chains on your wrist, you can't escape.
Uh-huh. A second wheel?
The door is blocked on the other side.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You coming? Stand there and then leave? Because that would be great.
Where do they keep their sleeping pills?
Oh.
Scopolamine, morphine, opium. Nothing but common drugs. My new friend's sleeping pills.
Sweet, another medicine book. You know I'm all about damn medicine books. Here he is. Hey, buddy.
I've got what you want.
Show me!
There. And remember, they don't come for free.
Don't you worry, you'll have your diversion. Go on now, go hide yourself. The crows! They're everywhere! Make them...
That nonsense again.
No, why are you leaving?
Shut up. Dr. Fuller warned us it was just a sham. We won't be having
Oh no!
the little birds won't
Oh
be
no!
sleeping pills this time.
What is this guy's deal? Get out of here!
Saw something. Box even.
Right. Well, so much the better.
Get out of here!
Land of dreams and leave me in peace.
Haha, dreams. You're crazy. You gotta be locked up, my friend. I don't want to dream. I want to sleep. I keep saying it, but nobody listens to me.
Yeah, go back to your kitchen. Jerk.
What carnage.
Oh, carnage indeed. Ooh. Nice, another medicine book. This is the right place to find them, but it's still nice that there's so many.
Theoretically, I've only got one lever to push.
Theoretically. It's the kitchen. Supplies. I can't help but wonder if any of the guards are still active, or if you just kind of removed them from the equation. And I've got to find that green wire again. There it is. Okay, it goes around that way.
Exactly what I need.
Oh! So the chef is causing me problems, is he?
It's locked.
Oh, right. I guess I tried that already.
The green gas leaves from here, and it runs through the whole building. This valve controls the pressure.
Dr. Fuller, I've repaired your machine as best I can. However, the piping has been damaged, and I fear that gas is escaping. I cannot do any more in such a short time. All I can do is warn you. If the equipment is put under too much pressure, there is a risk of explosion. Alright. So if I, increase the pressure everywhere.
It's impossible to break this chain with my bare hands.
Well, that's not what I asked you to do.
Duct.
Curious about it. I wanted to know what was there.
Now for the next step.
So am I literally going to blow the chains off the door? Okay, should there be one more? Oh, it's in there. Huh. This is a very complex level. Oh, come on, you have to be able to get in this one.
Perfect.
Perfect indeed.
the levers are activated. It's locked.
Man, I miss old school survival horror games where the door is locked from one side, and if you approach it from the locked side, you can unlock it and create a shortcut. Now, how wise of you, Edward, to pull the grate back up. Most video game characters don't do that. Wow, he is freaking out hard. Just hold in there. Just a little bit longer. Almost there. Look. Look, we made it.
It's impossible to break this chain with my bare hands.
Don't want you to break the chain. Oh. Pincers.
This lever must turn on the gas machine.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to hide before the guards see me.
There's a hidey hole in here somewhere, right? Uh-oh. This is not a good hiding spot. This is the worst hiding spot. But it seems to be working. Oh no, he sees me. Game over, man. Game over.
You there?
Yeah, hi. I guess I could go back through the vent.
I've got to hide before the guards see me.
Who did this? Is somebody here? Who's gonna think we did this? We gotta tell them, though.
No, just turn off. Thank you. Oh, they're still in here. Can I... Yeah, sneak out. What was that? And I'm gonna assume that they're gonna be distracted in there for long enough. I want to get these documents. And I want to push this button, or pull this lever. Oh, I suppose starting the gas invalidated this distraction. Too bad. Well, it's been fun, folks.
Doctor, is that you?
Sanders is having a bad
Don't
day.
worry about the doctor. Right now, he'll have plenty to keep him busy with his precious machine. It gives us time to get away. I'll undo you.
Get away? Get away where? I can't go anywhere. It'll find me, like it found me here.
Mm-hmm.
Mistaken about the beast. Don't stay with me, or you'll end up the same way.
You're Sanders, aren't you? I heard you from my cell. What did they do to you? What does Fuller want with you?
The doctor? You think it's the doctor who scares me? The doctor wants to heal me. But he's the one who's crazy. He wants to restore my sight. He wants to give me back my eyes. And yet I told him that I didn't want them. I do not want to see it anymore. The real culprit is Sarah. Her and her accursed paintings.
You're kidding me. You're talking about Sarah Hawkins.
The one and only. The legendary. There is no artist more enlightened or cursed than Sarah Hawkins.
Dang.
In her office, I saw signs of a ritual, perhaps an invocation. These things, that's what makes you say she's cursed.
You're wrong. It was not an invocation, but a revocation. But she failed. And that's what counts.
What's going on this island?
I'm so sorry. We should never have met.
What are you talking about?
Destiny! It has trapped you. Don't let it see you, or you won't be able to escape it. Don't look at it. That's how it finds you.
What finds me?
Sarah Hawkins' visitor. The Shambler.
The Shambler?
Pull yourself together.
What is that?
It's no longer possible to save me.
No! Sanders! What the hell? Oh God. I gotta...
Yeah, might be time to leave.
Okay.
Oh. No,
This
everything's fine.
is insane. What killed him?
I don't know. Maybe we should look for clues. What do you think? Yeah, there's no clues here. Just a point. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. It's only like, what time is it? Oh, it's 5. Yeah. Later in the afternoon than I thought. And me without any naps. This can't be good.
Damn! The gas!
Did I... Okay. I thought maybe I died.
My head.
Later. We need to move on.
Pierce woke up in an asylum, installed in the cellars of the Riverside Institute. He met Dr. Colden, a female friend of Bradley, who helped him to escape. Wandering through the corridors of this place where Dr. Fuller reigns supreme, Pierce was able to talk to a man called Francis Sanders. Before dying in full view of the detective, he accused Sarah Hawkins of being the cause of his torments. Pierce finally left the accursed building, accompanied by Bradley and Colden. The companions in misfortune decide to use the Hawkins mansion as a hideout. Because I'm curious, I'm on chapter 6 of 14. We've got a long way to go, folks. Once again, I hope you've got snacks. Genova?
Who goes there? That nightmare again.
Oh, I know. Just started yawning and now it won't stop. I haven't been especially busy today. Spent the morning watching cartoons, and in the early afternoon, some chores, a little power wash simulator. And, yeah, that's been my day. I haven't, like I said, I haven't really done that much. I shouldn't be sleepy yet. But I didn't have a nap. That's always my downfall. So close. I don't know how useful this is actually going to be moving forward, but... So we're back in Hawkins Manor. It's the daytime.
No. I want to know what Bradley and Dr. Colden have to say about all this.
You're awake, Mr. Pierce. How do you feel?
Did I sleep long?
The day is only starting. It's fine.
Oh, man.
How's our fugitive? Dr. Fuller hasn't reported your disappearance to the force, but that'll come soon.
Bradley?
Who else would it be?
Mr. Pierce, are you all right? You look like you saw a ghost.
There are things I can't explain.
Tell us. What happened?
Oh, I don't have enough to even try. Huh.
You two know each other pretty well.
It's a tiny island. Everyone knows everyone. Especially since I'm a police officer and Marie's a doctor.
The chemistry
is
obvious.
I do seem a little bit stupid, don't I? Anyway, let's get back to the business at hand.
I found a Darkwater PD badge. Lost a colleague recently?
What the...
Bradley.
Ethan?
I'm alright, I just had a... It's gone.
You're sure?
If it's important, it'll come back. But I can't explain why Dr. Fuller would have that badge.
The man's a danger, believe me.
What can we do, Pierce?
I was hoping you would know.
What I'm sure of now is that the Hawkins case isn't just an accident.
And what brings you to that conclusion?
The fact that Charles Hawkins survived the fire.
I don't understand. Mr. Hawkins was buried.
That's what he would have you believe.
I have a hard time believing you.
You were there, Bradley. You even opened fire on him.
I'd remember that.
Why would he fake his own death? Do you think he covered up his wife's murder?
Maybe.
Possible.
Seems hard to swallow. Don't you have anything more concrete, Pierce?
Bradley, what do you remember?
I don't understand your question.
The night we went into the Hawkins mansion. You don't seem to remember the tunnels and what occurred there.
No memory of going down any tunnel. No, we were in the manor, then,
Then what?
The rest is quite blurry. I don't recall how I came back home.
Then?
I went to
Curious.
visit you at the hospital. And called on Marie's help to get you released.
And you don't remember the events of the tunnel?
I don't. Let's talk about something else.
Given the energy he pours into Riverside, I presume it was Fuller's creation.
His father's, to be correct. He was a surgeon on board the Scylla. He founded the hospital in 1904 with funds from the Hawkins family before he died and his son Thomas Fuller took over.
Two families inextricably linked.
Most island families are that way. Captain Fitzroy's father was also a seaman aboard the Scylla.
Seaman.
Families dominating everything.
I'm mature.
And as you could tell, Dr. Fuller is like some crazed emperor.
He wouldn't be happy if he knew we were snooping around.
I know the risks. I don't fear him. Do you wish to know anything else?
I found a file bearing Sarah Hawkins' name in the Institute's basement.
It makes sense. A powerful family like the Hawkins had the means to hide such a disgrace.
But everyone knows the Fullers have been taking care of the Hawkins for at least a generation. And all were aware of Mrs. Hawkins' fragility.
Perhaps, but no one would allow a psychiatric internment.
From what I read in the file, Fuller used her as a subject of his experiments.
Francis Sanders and Sarah Hawkins, subjects of Dr. Fuller. Why those two?
Oh.
Dr. Fuller seems to be leaving a trail of corpses. Not to mention those strange machines, chains, and tools of all kind.
Yes. I've been telling you that Fuller uses his patients as guinea pigs.
What I saw was more akin to torture than medicine.
Do you even hear what you're saying? Dr. Fuller is highly respected.
It's the truth, Ethan. And I'll prove it to you. I'm listening, Mr. Pierce.
I have flashbacks. They haunt me.
What did they do to you?
There was that Dr. Fuller, and a nurse. Blood everywhere. My legs, the pain, I couldn't bear it. I was screaming. They injected me with something. I woke up at the Institute. Bradley was there.
And how you scared us. You seemed demented.
You likely woke up during the anesthesia. No wonder those memories haunt you. What in God's name were they doing to you?
What happened
We don't know.
When I woke up the second time, I was in a padded cell. That's where you found me, Doctor. After you released me, I got a good look at what's in store for the patients of the Riverside Institute. Hallucinogenic gas pumped into the cells. An infernal machine. Horrific medical experiments.
Impossible. Dr. Fuller would never do such a thing.
You should believe.
Bro, it was like a room away from where you found me.
What you saw is precisely what I've been trying to prove. Did you discover anything else?
I met a Francis Sanders. Do you know him?
Of course. He's a patient. Or was. I haven't seen him since Dr. Fuller had him transferred to the basement.
He knew Sarah Hawkins. And that's what killed him.
What? How did he die?
I'm not sure I can explain it.
Tell me how Mr. Sanders died.
Delicious, non-specific cola beverage.
I didn't see what, but something was there, with us.
Of what do you speak?
Sanders said it was Sarah Hawkins' visitor. He spoke of it like a living being.
Sarah Hawkins? Have I missed something here? This makes no sense. I don't see how it can help crack the Hawkins case.
You really think she's involved? How could she have murdered Mr. Sanders?
Francis Sanders mentioned Mrs. Hawkins just before dying. It's no coincidence.
You know, Francis Sanders was a well-known art collector. I guess you can still pay a visit to his wife, Irene Sanders.
Art collector, you say? That's probably how they met.
If you plan on having dinner at the Sanders household, please spare the widow the tale of her late husband's suffering.
I don't agree.
I don't know.
deserves the truth.
Can I?
But that truth may be biased.
Maybe I need to tell her.
We don't know the bottom of it.
Yeah, both of these are phrased in a way that I agree with. I like staying prudent, but I also believe in confronting the truth.
You're right. Without a plausible explanation for what I saw, let's not jump to conclusions.
That seems wise indeed.
Very well. I'll go to see Francis's widow. Perhaps I'll find a link between her husband's death and Sarah Hawkins.
Don't end up in the hospital this time.
Okay.
I'll do my best.
Let us go now and learn the truth about what's happening on this island.
The other night's events are still confused in my head.
Great. Oh, so just out. Okay. Pierce, Colden, and Bradley decided to team up to solve the Sarah Hawkins case. They have a new trail to follow. Francis Sanders, an art collector and friend of the painter, who died right in front of Pierce. The detective goes to his house in order to speak to the widow about the Shambler that the unfortunate man mentioned before he died.
What can I do for you, sir?
Mrs. Sanders, I'm a private detective. We must talk about your husband and his ties to Sarah Hawkins. Can I come in?
You may. However, before we go any further, please know that my husband died yesterday.
That is precisely what brings me here.
Well, well, look who's here.
You know each other?
We met briefly. Time enough to iron out a few matters. The main thing is that we understood one another. The brave detective has a talent for sticking his nose into my business.
I bump into her every time I'm investigating someone's death.
It's a small island, Detective. My island. It's better that it's you bumping into me.
You're investigating Francis' death. Why? Who hired you?
I spoke to Francis before he died. His story suggests a link to a case I'm working on.
Well, since this business has got nothing to do with me, I'll be in your husband's office, Irene. We'll carry on later.
Very well, Miss Baker. This way, Mr. Pierce. And do make yourself comfortable. It would seem that you have much to tell me. May I inquire as to when you had the opportunity to talk to my husband?
Yesterday. I met him at the hospital. He spoke to me about Sarah Hawkins.
Oh, of course he spoke to you about her. That's all he talked about. Sarah Hawkins and her paintings.
Do I detect some jealousy?
Please forgive my tone. The fact is that I have not been allowed to see him since he was interned. You, on the other hand, a perfect stranger, were able to see him and even talk with him the day he died. How was he? Were you present when he had this attack? What happened?
What happened to your husband is terrible, Mrs. Sanders. But from what I saw, it was inevitable. The man I met yesterday had lost his reason. He suffers no longer.
I like how the view just drifts around sometimes.
Of course. Thank you for your
And by
kind words.
I mean I am annoyed
Nobody
by
in
the
that
fact that the view
hospital would have
drifts
deigned
around
to speak them
sometimes.
to me. However, it will require more than that to soothe my mind. I need to
I
understand.
guess it's kind of realistic though.
How could this happen? In a reputed institute. And right before your eyes. Did you not do anything to help him?
Nothing I could do. My eloquence is not great.
It's terrible what happened to your husband, but I had nothing to do with it. I was injured, and I came across him in the hospital quite by chance.
Injured? Well, I'm delighted to see you in such fine fettle, Detective. Not everybody enjoyed such a prompt recovery.
I suppose Fuller does do miracles now and again.
Luck is obviously very kind to you. Oh, I'm tired, Mr. Pierce. I would be grateful if you could tell me what you expect of me, and then leave.
Let's just get straight to the
Did
point.
your husband talk to you about Sarah Hawkins' visitor? A shambler, to use his precise terms.
Well, you can imagine that's all he talked about. It's exhibited at the center of the gallery. No better place for the painting that endowed him with the privilege of such a shameful and miserable end to his life.
Hold on. The Shambler is a painting by Sarah Hawkins.
Who else to paint such horrors? Take a look for yourself, if you feel so inclined.
It is my only lead at this stage. I suppose I have nothing to lose.
Then you have paid no heed. For my part, I refuse to set foot in that gallery again. But if you're so eager to see it...
Thank you, Mrs. Sanders. I won't be long. Did she really care for him after all?
Dear Madam, I acknowledge receipt of the letter in which you demand the body of your deceased husband. I am sorry to inform you that I cannot agree to return his body to you. At the moment of his internment, you signed a discharge allowing me to dispose of his body as I see fit. I extend my deepest condolences to you. Man, apparently I can't read. Ooh, CPs! Give me one of these. And, we're gonna go for investigation. Max that out. Because I am a private detective after all. Seems like the thing I should be best at. Ooh.
The day the Shambler came into the Sanders' lives. Francis Sanders and Sarah Hawkins were close. Friends, even? Sanders' accession register. He wrote beside the Shambler, "Finally." What did Sarah Hawkins fear so much that she didn't want to sell the painting? A house of artists. A house of artists.
Is that all you have to say about the piano?
He finally won. Was Sanders aware of his imminent doom?
Probably not.
She first refused to sell the painting. How did that make her feel? She despises Sarah Hawkins, but it's the painting she truly hates. Why?
Ah!
The Shambler. I need to see it.
Oh, you know what? It might not be the game that's having the drift. It might be my controller. It happens every once in a while. Yeah, medicine tome. How's that coming along? Slow but steady.
Let's see what this cylinder has to say once it's inserted in a phonograph.
I'm not sure why I got a trophy for that, but I will take it gladly. There are 50 in this game.
I made a mistake.
A ton.
I fear that it might be too late for me. Nobody should enter, except to burn everything. I never had the courage. Pay somebody to do it. He's inside my head. I see him behind my eyelids each time I shut my eyes. I can't take any more. I can't hold him back. Forgive me.
That accursed gallery. Those accursed paintings. That accursed Sarah.
Oh, am I going to be able to find more? Huh. I'm sad that my non-specific cola beverage is empty. I was enjoying that.
Strange Amerindian pendant.
Oh, occultism. How's that going? Faster than menacing.
I could use one of those.
More sleeping pills. They are everywhere.
Strange. For months, Sarah Hawkins refused to part with her painting, to finally give it away for nothing.
Dear Francis, I beg you to give up all hope of ever owning this accursed painting. If our friendship has any meaning for you, please spare me the weight of guilt. I cannot be the architect of your fall. I beg you, my dear friend, forget the shambler. Your friend, Sarah Hawkins.
An old diary.
William spends some time on Reverend Wickwood's community. His wife expresses her worries about the strange dreams that the Reverend's congregation are having since their arrival on the island. Some members of the community, her husband included, began to speak of the vision as a messenger sent by God. She is scared that they will suffer the same fate as the lost tribe. Huh. Yay! Hey, strong. Oh, strong. Oh. Dissertation on an anatomical question. It is the work of a student in book form. Although the observations are relevant, they lack the expertise of an experienced physician. However, the questions asked allow us to imagine new ways of exploring human anatomy. Alright. Oh. Oh, man. Still gotta find another one? Eesh. Maybe it's this? Would you read the book? Don't read that book? Do I get another chance, or... Okay, I want to talk to Kat first.
That's
Maybe
twice
she'll...
you've stepped on my toes, Detective. Try not to make a habit of it.
I've got a lot of bad habits.
Some can be more fatal than others. What have you come looking for in this gallery?
I don't know. What have you come looking for in this gallery?
I have a well-off client in Boston who heard about the death of Francis Sanders and wanted me to size up his estate before making an offer to his widow.
Nice story. Bad lie. Learn how to dupe, Detective.
Yeah,
As
I
long
didn't
as
think
you
it
keep
would
out
work.
of my way, you're free to carry on with your visit.
All's fair in love and war, I suppose?
No,
Not
wait.
now, sweetheart. I'd like to read this without some snoop looking over my shoulder.
No, I wanted to... I wanted to talk more. You totally missed the doorknob there, buddy. Or keyhole, or whatever. Okay. I'm gonna read the book now. Malleus Bestiarium, Volume 2. It is a kind of encyclopedia of monstrous and unknown creatures. I'm beginning to believe that they exist. I would be so happy to have a book like this. I really enjoy reading about, like, fictional creatures and stuff, as if they were real. Just fun, you know? Just fun. So how many other doors does this key open? Probably just the one. Alright, I'm not gonna bother trying the other one that was locked. I'm gonna move on with my life. Closet in which to hide. That's unexpected. These artifacts, wow. Wow. So, alright. Cool. Cool. Cool.
These artifacts date from pre-Columbian times.
Oh yeah, man. You know your artifacts. Is the Shambler. I want to look through the rest of the gallery first.
Why was he so interested in old weapons?
Who knows? Who knows? You didn't quite finish excavating this tablet. Still kind of trapped in rock. This one too! Ooh, a thing. What is it? Oh, it's oil. Eh. A nearly inaudible all he had to say about that.
The man transformed an entire wing of his manor into an art gallery.
Wouldn't you? If you had this much art? I would. And I would charge people to come in and see it. Ultimate money-making scheme. Wow. That's a pretty sweet bear statue. More lantern oil? What is happening here? Is he wrestling a bird? Why? Little boy, why are you wrestling a bird? Ooh, the shambler. Kinda nasty.
Is this dagger part of Sanders' collection, or was he seeking to acquire it?
Far from possessing the talents of Sarah Hawkins, Sanders drew a dagger with the tortured form down to the smallest detail. The guard carries a strange esoteric symbol, a recurring feature of his correspondence with Sarah. Oh. That's, Didn't I see it in here somewhere? Not this one.
These artifacts date from pre-Columbian times.
Not this one. It's in here somewhere. I thought. Turn that one over, maybe?
Why was he so interested in old weapons?
Okay, I know where it is. And given the lantern oil and hiding spots, I'm sure that I'm going to have to collect it and then defeat the shambler with it. So cool.
What the hell was that?
The shambler. Obviously. I don't know if it actually saw me or it's just growling.
Damn. This dagger looks different.
Strike the painting. Kill the beast. Oh, just suck him back in, okay. stab him, man. Uh-oh.
What's the matter with you?
Ah.
You sure you won't be needing that hand?
Oh, cool.
You're
2
losing,
trophies.
detective. At this rate, you're right. The bottle will get you before I do.
You didn't see anything.
I saw you within an inch of putting a dagger through your forearm. Did I miss something more interesting?
Yeah,
I
let's
was
be...
attacked by a creature. I pushed it back.
Make her think I'm totally crazy.
I think so too.
I ran, screamed, broke a pane of glass. You were in the next room and you didn't hear a thing.
If I hadn't heard a thing, I'd still be in the other room.
Oh,
The door
okay,
was
so she
blocked.
does actually believe me.
I got in as soon as I could. I like to look after my goods.
You mean me?
Don't flatter yourself, sweetheart. I'm talking about the contents of this gallery. And by the way, where do you think you're going with that dagger?
It saved my life. It's an extraordinary dagger.
You should talk to Algernon Drake. He's an antique dealer here on Darkwater. He'll tell you all about it. From what I saw in the ledgers, it was him who sold it to Sanders.
We're gonna sidestep the idea that she might want something from me.
This symbol on the dagger, it was all over Sanders' cell. It's what protected him. It's what protected me, too. If Hawkins was trying to get rid of this shambler, she might have made contact with Drake. This antique dealer has a good knowledge of the occult. I have nothing to lose by meeting him.
Except your
You got
sanity.
your spunk back. Go where you want. I'm staying here to talk business with Irene.
And she's just gonna let me take it? Because I'm curious. Chapter 7. Okay. I'm never sure now, because sometimes when there's a loading screen, it moves forward a chapter, sometimes it doesn't. And my face is in the way. My stupid, ugly face is in the way! Stupid Ryan. Yeah, the Shambler turned out to be much more than an artwork painted by Sarah Hawkins, as a huge creature came out of the painting to attack Pierce. After a hard fight, not really, the detective managed to send back into the painting. He later discovered that the dagger he used to repel the creature had been sold to Sanders by a man named Algernon Drake, owner of the Nameless Bookstore. Pierce decides to pay the library a visit. Oh, there's bound to be some medical and occult
Where's
stuff
the
in here.
bookseller?
No, we're the
An
collectibles.
old diary.
Pastor declared himself to be the prophet. He renounced God and worshipped a strange pagan entity with a monstrous appearance. His wife tried to reason with her husband, but in vain. He was convinced that he must listen to this voice in his head because it holds the truth. Oh boy. That looks like it could be a medical book. Any of these could be. A Puritan colony led by Reverend John Wickwood settled on the island during the 17th century. They named the island Darkwater because of the dark shades of the sea. They believed it was because of the peculiar color of the rocks surrounding the island. They erected the first buildings, among which were the Hawkins Manor, the church, and the cemetery. Rare documents and handwritten notes they left spoke of nightmares and deviant behaviors. They disappeared at the beginning of the 18th century. What's this? Oh, RPG and Limit Break is live on Twitch. I don't care. Not right now, anyway. I'm busy. Very busy.
The Book of Zion is the foundational work behind Helena Blavatsky's Theosophical movement. Its followers place truth on the same footing as a religion.
Okay. These Tibetan writings are at the origin of the esoteric movement founded by Helena Blavatsky at the end of the 19th century. The creator of Theosophy would have drawn extensively on the texts of this work, but no one has ever been able to consult them. I thought they didn't exist. This book, discovered in the Nameless Bookstore on Darkwater, would be as much a fake as irrefutable proof of Blavatsky's sincerity. Oh, that was a cult. Neat. And I did it, I got the level 3! Whoop whoop! New conversation opens New conversation options opened. That's how you say that sentence. Would you read the book? Yeah!
What does this strange book contain? This book contains unholy knowledge.
Okay, it's the first edition of Malleus Mysterium. Oh, anatomy and dissection! Yeah, this is gonna be level up for medicine. Oh, baby. We are cruising up these levels. Hello? Anybody home? Oh, another one! Sick! Booby. Anything else to find? It looks like I might want to move this. Painting? Can I interact? Somehow? Get these boobies out of the way. I need to get to the safe. Damn it. Whatever. I'll go to the other room. Maybe something will affect it.
What happened here?
I don't know, we'll look for collectibles first. Read. Oh. Probably should have read that. Whatever. Lantern oil. S game.
Let's start over. Where did they break in from?
Gee, I wonder.
Blood. Seems like amateur work. To whom does this footprint belong?
We will never know. Until we do.
No sign of struggle. If the burglar smashed this jar, it wasn't intentionally. Was he hurt then?
Oh, given the limp on the way out? Yeah, probably.
What killed all these animals? What sort of thief leaves his tools at the crime scene? What happened that made the burglar flee before finishing his work?
He was a Cthulhu.
What the... Charles Hawkins? What's happening to Hawkins? What sort of power did Sarah Hawkins' painting possess? Sarah Hawkins helped hide something in this safe. Drake put in a great deal of effort to hide whatever is in here. Everything is linked to the Sarah Hawkins case.
I like how you always know when it's done, because the little tutorial thing pops up.
Drake left instructions on how to find the
Oh,
combination
reading.
of the safe.
Page seems to be hidden here. It is possible to read. If somebody finds these memoirs, there will be no doubt that I am in serious trouble. My last and only hope is that my body and bones are still in the plane of reality, in order that they be recovered and burned. Funeral urn must be given to my dear mother if she is still of this world. Following message is of capital importance. Whoever reads these lines and demonstrates acuity as sharp as mine and hope to gain access to my most precious possession. It lies within my safe, and the clues to the combination are to be found in 3 cylinders, each hidden where life and study combine in the Greek world. Each cylinder is numbered, even if, as the celebrated author says, order is the pleasure of reason, but disorder is the delight of the imagination. Indeed, despite my preference for organized chaos, I must admit that reason usually prevails in the end. If by chance a person, or I should say a genius, was to match my intellect and find the combination of the safe, I would ask that they deliver its content into the safekeeping of my friend and colleague, Professor Armitage of Miskatonic University. The content of this safe is not only a vast digest of knowledge, but also a weapon that is far too dangerous for it to fall into the wrong hands. I hope that you will be able to appreciate the danger that this represents, and that you will act accordingly. In any event, I will neither be there to guide you, nor to suffer from your actions. From you actions, I should say. Alright. So, I'm gonna look for
Is
some
everyone on
clues.
this island taking sleeping pills?
Seems that way.
What link did he find between Charles Hawkins and an old amulet?
This key that bears the Elder Sign is... I was right! Is the only one able to protect your psyche. It is in the form of a cylindrical medallion hanging at the end of a heavy chain. Hundreds of years ago, the star and the branch whose purpose is to push back the forces of the Great Old Ones were engraved at its center. Everything points to it being Charles Hawkins that it tore it from its last owner, an Egyptian antique dealer. In press cuttings that mention this misdemeanor, the date of the robbery coincides with the last of Hawkins' trips off to Cairo. It remains to be seen whether he knows of the true purpose of the artifact. Try to find it. Alright. Key of Rilia. I have no idea how to pronounce that word. Whoa!
Never heard of him.
Collection of essays on American folklore and urban legends written by Albert Wilmarth, professor at Miskatonic University. This volume is part of the Arkham Anthology, a luxurious collection of treaties and works on esotericism and the supernatural.
How many volumes are there in this collection?
Oh boy, there's a lot to read.
Volume by Arkham Editions. Arkham Editions. How many volumes are there in this? Another volume by Arkham Editions. Arkham Editions. Never. How many volumes are there in this collection? Another volume by Arkham Editions.
Alright, so that's probably important.
Arkham Editions. Never heard of him. Cylinders that Drake tried to hide. I should perhaps listen to them.
Well, there's still one more to find, my friend. Yeah, another medicine tome. How did I miss that before? I was pretty thorough. I was wrong.
Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams. It's the work that laid the foundations of psychoanalysis at the beginning of this century.
And then was pretty much all disproven. But, you know. That's for our future, Mr. Pierce, to find out. I'm glad that I got another medicine tome, though. That's nice to have.
A kind of chalice.
Why look at it? Ah, yes, I'm still missing cylinder number 1.
Things are not looking good.
I'll take your word for it. Oh. I keep thinking I see something there, but not quite. Hmm.
How many volumes are there in this collection?
Is that a hint?
Another volume by Arkham Editions. Arkham Editions.
Hey.
How many volumes are there in this collection?
3,
Another volume by Arkham
1.
Editions. Arkham Editions. Never heard of him.
1, 2, 3.
How many volumes are there in this collection? Another volume
6,
by Arkham Editions.
8,
Arkham Editions.
4.
How many volumes are there in this
4
collection?
again.
Another volume by Arkham Editions.
9.
Arkham Editions.
7.
Never heard of him.
So there are 9. Oh, there's number 5. I don't know why I can't look at it. I'm still missing the first cylinder. Maybe I have to listen to the other two. But first, text message. Is this important? It is. Take dinner at my grandma's place next week. Nice. That's... Ah, I needed the oil. That's fine. Oh, wait, I do have number 1? Where did I get number 1? Were they all together? I don't know.
Precious stones lie fixed, set in divine gold. To be the guardian of the Grail does not protect me from its attractions, Henry. And I do confess it. I am willing to pay to know its secrets. I finally understood that we were only pieces on the chessboard of the gods. Let those of us who are still standing protect our White Queen from their dark soldiers. I see our number dwindling, and my will strengthens as my apprehension grows. We shall refuse to be the playthings of destiny.
Okay, hold on.
These red drops, like precious stones, lie
Okay, so...
in divine gold.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
be the god, I
Don't care.
finally understood that we were only pieces on the chessboard of the gods. Let those of us who are still standing protect our White Queen from their dark soldiers. I see our number dwindling, and my will strengthens as my
So the white chess
apprehension grows.
pieces...
We shall refuse to, dear friend. I thank you again for the anthology of the works of Arkham editions that you sent me.
And
Volume
that.
9, Azathoth and Other Horrors, seemed particularly relevant to my research.
The Chalice of Knowledge.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5? This is hard to keep track of. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah.
Tired of browsing through them.
5. This is pretty hard to see. 4, I'm gonna say white pieces left on the board, and 9 Arkham editions. 5, 4, 9? Maybe? No? No, I'm pretty confident in the 9. And I'm not confident in how to control this stupid segment. Look at this again. I can't actually look at number 5, but I don't see a 10 anywhere. Unless it's that. No, unless it's under the lamp? No. are 7 pieces total. Right, 7 maybe? Unless... Oh, phone, stop. No. I feel pretty good about the 9.
The Chalice of Knowledge.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the rubies, though. Okay, one right in the middle of this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rubies. And that's the one he talked about in the voice recording. Do I have to count the sapphires as well? No, because there's too many. 1, 2, 3. That'd be 10. And there should be 6 emeralds, or 6 large emeralds. 12 total, I guess.
And these red drops, like precious stones, lie fixed, set in divine gold. To be the guardian of the Grail does not protect me from its attractions, Henry. And I do confess it. I am willing to pay to know its secrets. I finally understood that we were only pieces on the chessboard of the gods. Let those of us who are still standing protect our White Queen from their dark soldiers. I see our number dwindling, and my will strengthens as my apprehension grows. We shall refuse to be the playthings of destiny.
Alright, maybe it's black pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's way too many on the board. Gotta be 4. 7. 3 pawns are knocked out. But there should be way more pieces than that. Maybe it's only 3 because the queen doesn't count? I don't know. Worth a try, I guess. Looked a little bit suspicious from across the room, but I guess not. Ah, see? You don't count the queen. Just the pieces protecting the queen. Okay. Got it. Big brain. Lots of wrinkles. Not a ton of wrinkles, because it did take me a while to figure out, but I figured it out. Stop! Stop texting me. I'm busy. Okay, I think that's probably another chapter. Chapter 8. Cool, halfway. In the nameless bookstore, Pierce traced the trail of an attempted burglary. he discovered that Charles Hawkins was behind the attempt. Pierce opened the bookseller's safe to find what the latter and Sarah Hawkins had hidden there. A book covered in human skin lied inside, irresistibly attracted to the detective. Don't know why I had such a hard time with that word, but when he opened it, his mind was projected into another body. Ooh. Actually, how long have I been playing? Hour 43. Okay. I think I'm going to go through Chapter 8 and then take a break.
Dr. Colden, this man's condition is deteriorating.
What says Dr. Fuller? It's his patient, after all.
He's busy with Captain Fitzroy. He specifically asked us not to bother him when that's the case.
Oh, of course. I'll see what I can do. Mr. Blake, can you hear me? I'm Dr. Colden. We'll take care of you.
There's nothing we can do. I tried talking to him. He's catatonic.
Alright, hopefully that solves that. Nothing interesting.
What can you tell me about him?
He was highly agitated an hour ago. We were about to tie him down when he fell asleep.
That didn't solve it. It made it worse.
Curled up into a fetal position. I thought he was waking up, but no.
Show me his file.
That's not possible.
Don't tell me Dr. Fuller has taken this file as well. We need it.
That's why I called you. This man's ailment has been hidden from us.
Come on now. What was he treated for?
An intoxication, I was told. After inhaling chemicals.
What are his symptoms?
His temperature has been going down. His skin losing its color. His body rigid. I closed his eyes myself. They were glassing over. I didn't want them to dry out, and I couldn't bear to look at the expression on his face.
You did well. Don't worry. Let's stay professional, if you will. I don't recognize him. Did he just arrive on the island?
He said he worked on the docks, but not with Captain Fitzroy. I think he works for Ms. Baker.
Who?
You know, the woman at the head of their gang.
Mm.
They call her Cat.
Oh, I see.
Do you have other questions?
That'll do for the time being.
Any idea what this man might be undergoing?
Did you inject him with a tranquilizer?
No, Doctor. Not me, not anyone. Our stock is empty, yet again.
Look at these guys, just going crazy out there.
More and more people are suffering from insomnia. We can't refuse to help.
Of course.
Any idea what this man might be undergoing?
Oh.
Very well. I'll examine him.
Look at his butt
Severe
first.
malnutrition. Swollen abdomen with traces of petechia. Doesn't seem like an edema. Slight protuberances seem to indicate the presence of a foreign body.
Yeah, I'm no doctor, but it sounds to me like he doesn't have a great butt.
His skin shows abnormal loss of color and seems dried out. He's totally dehydrated.
Is he becoming a
His
fish
fingertips
man?
and toes seem to feature a slight ring under the skin. Tender at the touch. Slightly sticky.
Oh! Is he becoming a squid man?
30-year-old subject. Severe hypothermia. Erythematous papules around the eyes and eardrums. Necrosed palpebral tissue. Lord, this smell.
So, Doctor, an opinion?
I'm not sure I have the necessary knowledge to treat this man.
Don't say that. You're our most worthy doctor after Dr. Fuller.
Some of his symptoms are beyond my comprehension.
What did you find?
Did you examine his abdomen? It would seem there's something inside.
He hasn't eaten in days. Are you certain it's not an edema?
No. Can't you recognize an edema? Pushing with your finger won't leave a trace. And look at these bumps.
It's not like he could be pregnant.
Whatever it is, this man has something inside him that shouldn't be there. We should operate on him at once.
Dr. Fuller said not to worry, that the edema would go away by itself.
You know, I'm not sure Dr. Fuller is telling the truth.
Careful.
In spite of the muscle contractions, his arms seem limp.
Yes. They can't have decalcified, not at this rate.
And yet, if there is a bone in this arm, it's softer than that of a newborn baby. What about his cranium?
It's soft at the touch. It does seem like the skull of a baby.
Running into a squid man.
Sticky rings growing at his fingertips. What can be happening?
Squid man.
Sure you'll find
I'm
an
telling you.
explanation. You have to.
I see signs of hypodermoclysis, but he's still dehydrated. When was his last IV?
He's constantly under perfusion. I've even gone beyond the recommended dose to no avail. And you won't believe me, but when we bathed him earlier...
He seemed to feel better?
Yes. Like he needs an aquarium, not a perfusion.
Also, his wiener was huge.
Condition.
You wouldn't believe it.
I almost don't believe it myself, but these symptoms are
She
not
doesn't
those
believe it.
usually associated with the human species.
What do you mean? Don't tell me you believe in extraterrestrials.
Don't tell me you
No.
don't.
This poor man is from our world, all right. But his body is undergoing unnatural mutations. And this transformation is killing him. His body simply can't cope.
Where could he have gotten such an infection?
I pray that it's not here.
Dr. Colden, may I know what you're doing to my patient?
What I'm doing? How about what you've done to him?
Let us calm down, my dear Marie. I don't appreciate your tone, nor your insinuations. I've done to him what I do to all my patients. Provide him with the best available care.
Your imagination is without limit. It's your homemade drug again, is it not? Those people are not your guinea pigs.
There, there. What have you seen to put you in such a state?
His limbs? His body temperature? I don't know what experiments you've undertaken, but this is going too far.
Oh, I sense some excitement beneath your indignation. Could it be you wish to join me in my scientific endeavors?
You are a brilliant physician, Dr. Fuller, but this man has the attributes of some kind of animal.
Some kind of
Fascinating.
cephalopod,
An
perhaps?
animal, you say? Could you be more precise? Cephalopod, perhaps.
This amuses you.
Your reaction does. I know your thirst for knowledge, Doctor. It's your innocent worries for this man that have you overreacting.
For this man, and the others whose medical files you've been hiding.
I have to protect my discovery.
Oh.
These people owe me their life, but the world isn't ready yet. It will be, in time.
I will not let you do this.
You disappoint me, Marie, but I still have hope you'll one day share my point of view. In the meantime, take care of your own patients and
Keep
try
hoping,
not to
bro.
forget who you're dealing with.
Who is his voice actor? He sounds so familiar.
What did he mean?
It was a warning. Dr. Fuller is this institution's founder, and one of our profession's most influential voices. My word is of no weight against his. If I continue to protest, I will only ruin my reputation and career.
It's scandalous. Can't we do anything? Is there no evidence of his crimes?
Sorry, the mic probably didn't pick that up because I whispered it, but scandalous.
That evidence exists. I'm sure of it. I need to find the missing medical files.
And where would you find those? In his office? What if you get caught?
I'd rather not think about that. I'm counting
Oh, I
on your
know.
discretion.
I'm fading fast here.
You can
We need
count
more
on me.
gameplay.
Come on.
Less chatter. I'm losing her.
An unknown medicine. Judging by the other ones, it causes heavy side effects.
Look at that bedpan. What's going on? Oh, I can't even access the level up menu from here. Interesting. There's probably not really anything important here to find
Chronic
outside
insomnia.
of story things to move the plot forward. And maybe some random world-building items.
Hay fever. What's he doing here?
Doctor, please. My chest. Oh.
His perfusion of a semi-physiological solution doesn't seem to work. He's undergoing a ventricular fibrillation.
Okay.
Nurse? Deborah, come and help me, please. His potassium level is too high. Replace it with 2% glucose solution with insulin, calcium, and sodium bicarbonate.
I'll tend to it right away.
Thank you. He's in your hands.
Did I help? I hope so. The poor man was suffering.
He broke his back in an accident down by the docks.
Ah, the whaling station. What's wrong with me?
What are you talking about?
Doctor, that you?
Yes, it's Dr. Colden. Tell me what happened.
It's the old whaling station. See?
What did you see?
Nothing. Nothing at all. The floor was all rotten and I fell straight through.
Oof.
And that's how you broke your back?
Perhaps. No idea. Passed out.
What, it's somebody... You think somebody came up and stomped on you while you were passed out?
Why did nobody tell me about her admission?
The file describes the state in which Irene Sanders entered the Riverside Institute, as well as the treatments administered to her. Fuller added a handwritten note. Recommends to take her down to the psychiatric wing in order to provide her with the quiet and rest that she needs.
Mrs. Sanders?
Oh no, Irene. One of the few people I've met.
She recently came back from the surgical block. She's stable.
Well, that's
Given her
good.
file, a nephrectomy would have been inevitable. But Fuller was able to save her kidney.
Cool. That sounds like a good thing. I don't know what a nephrectomy is. But, if you could avoid it, that's probably for the best.
What is the boiler room key doing here?
I don't know, take it.
The key to the boiler room.
Yeah, take it.
Not where I expected to find it.
Oh.
The key
Just gonna
to the boiler room.
Talk about it?
Not where I expected to find it. Intoxication from breathing organic vapors. Another insomniac. I should find the cause for such a widespread trouble.
Nothing to see here. Right? I guess this nurse has it under control. I will trust you to continue handling this situation then, miss. Wow, this is a pretty huge place, all things considered.
Gentlemen, may I help you?
We're waiting on news regarding our mother, Maureen Harding. She came in with a kidney problem, but we haven't heard anything since.
Oh, I've seen her. She's fine.
I've tended to her, and I have good news. Her blood analysis is reassuring. Her kidneys are as new.
Are you talking about the same person? This is miraculous.
She's still recovering, but you may speak to her upon her awakening.
Oh, thank you so much, Doctor. We'll wait for her to wake up. We've been here since this morning, so it won't make a difference.
Why does everybody have the same pinstriped pants? Time to give me some grub.
Patients and hospital personnel eat the same food.
Oh, as somebody working at the hospital, I probably should have known that before now.
Watch out for the water, Doctor.
No, you're pulling my leg. I'm not joking. I saw the schedule. She's alone in the bathroom again. And she still says nothing to that old witch, Donovan.
Oh, listen to the way you talk, you naughty girl.
Oh, what's going on here?
And the answer is no. You can imagine that she doesn't dare say a thing. That silly goose lets herself be trodden on.
Oh well, at least we won't have to clean for a while.
And just wait and see the next time the water's cut off. It's a real show.
So,
The answers must be hidden in Fuller's office.
alright, this is where I started.
She's a witch, an old hag.
This
I
is
didn't make this up.
washroom.
I'm the one who pays. What a pest. It's so...
Elizabeth? You all right? Why is this room in such a state?
Because, as always, I'm cleaning it by myself. And the water was once again shut off this morning. I had to bother Mrs. Donovan again, giving her a new excuse to belittle me.
Oof.
Do you really need Mrs. Donovan to open a valve? Why not ask the janitor?
I can't make these decisions without her approval. Imagine if there were a leak. Anyhow, the boiler room is locked half the time. So every time the water gets shut off, I have to go and endure her reproach until she's settled the problem.
I see. Courage, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Doctor.
It's temperamental, if I understand correctly.
And now I'm gonna have to see that the boiler room is locked, and then I'm gonna have to go find the key. I already found, and she just refused to pick up. And what is the deal with these? Isn't this a washroom? What? I guess to lock the patients down while you scrub them or something? Like, ugh, weird. Very weird. Well, I can go in there just fine.
She's a witch, an old hag. I didn't make this up. And I'm the one who pays. What a pest. It's so unfair.
Hey, Elizabeth, you should probably stop slandering people. You yourself. Somebody's gonna hear it and get very angry. And make sure that all the doors are open. I found a medicine tome a while ago. I wonder if that just carries over when I take control of Edward again. There's another one! Am I gonna get two, like, level up steps to go back? I hope so.
I have little time for you, Doctor. You'll find out that it's not only the doctors who have things to do.
Well, yeah, I know. I know nurses are busy. I'm well aware. I respect your profession. Don't you worry.
Wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
Right in here. I'm exploring.
Dr. Colden.
Mrs. Donovan.
Nobody goes into Dr. Fuller's office. But rest assured, I'll tell him you came by.
That won't be necessary. Thank you.
I will tell him, nonetheless.
Right. He's a snitch. Nobody likes a snitch. Ah, the boiler room.
The room is locked. Where did I see that key? Ah, yes. Let's hope I can go through the administration office. The operating room is never accessible after an operation.
It's probably for the best. There's another room that I have to explore.
This man, Edward Pierce, his file is incomplete. What did Fuller do to him?
That's what we aim to find out.
In theory, this is where we hang the key to the boiler room. Dr. Fuller always keeps his key with him.
Well, wouldn't you? Bradley?
Ethan,
Marie,
what are you doing here?
I'm waiting for my medication, of course. Why?
You're not here for treatment, right?
Am I so obvious?
Only to me. I know you worry about me.
I trust you. I'm happy to see you.
Me too, Ethan. Is that all?
Well, there might be something else. I'm not sure.
Tell me.
I have nightmares.
Uh-oh.
Keep me awake every night. It seems stupid, I know, but they're terrible.
Actually, you're not the only one.
No. No one has ever seen the things I see. It's like I'm turning mad.
I'm pretty sure other people see the things you see.
So many people have this affliction. It's like an epidemic.
Do you think it might be related to Fuller's work?
I don't know yet, but
That's what I'm angling to find out.
Everyone in Darkwater is suffering from nightmares.
Really?
We don't have any medication left.
Oh. There's no excuse then. I should let you work.
Take care, Ethan.
You too, Marie.
Okay, so which way was that room with all the people? Here? And there's that lady, so here's my desk with the boiler room key. And I can finally take, now that I know I want it.
All I have to do is shut off the water, and hope Donovan takes the bait.
Which she will, because she's stupid. I can only remember where that boiler room is.
I can't shut this with my bare hands. I need a tool.
I know just where to find a tool.
Is everything all right, Ethan?
Yeah, I know I should go.
Get it?
I will work until late.
Oh. All right.
There's no way I'm leaving until I find what Fuller is hiding.
Okay, I haven't seen anything that looks like it might help me to crank this valve handle.
Dr. Colden, we need you at once in Dormitory B.
What is the problem?
Mr. Evans seems to be having trouble with his IV.
I've done an exam. Deborah is looking after him.
And we had a patient come up from the psychiatric wing. Were you able to see him?
Oh. What state is he in now?
You should go see for yourself, Doctor.
Alright. Hawkins wing? I'm looking for wing B or whatever. Not this guy, that's Octopus Man. Squid Man, or whatever I decided to call him. He's got the hay fever.
I'll just...
He's got the broken back. That's the kidney lady. I don't know what's wrong with this man. He's dead.
Dr. Colden, here you are at last. This
I trusted you to
patient
take
was
care
again
of him.
brought up to the psychiatric wing. We've been following the treatment you prescribed, but the dysgeusia persists and he's lost a great deal of weight. We haven't been able to move him. The stress makes him hyperallergic.
Sir, I am going to examine you. Do you understand? Inject him with a dose of pentobarbital, intramuscular, so that I can conduct the clinical examination. He bit his lips so much, they're still bleeding. White froth, evidently because of such drooling. His binds left bloody wounds.
So, Doctor, what should we do with this patient?
Those basement brutes tied him up too tight, and now he's hurt.
I keep trying to heal his wounds, but he reopens them.
Do you have a diploma as a nurse?
Excuse me?
So take care of this man.
Nice. I knew taking care of the patients would give me a trophy. Otherwise I wouldn't have bothered. And it's not that I read it, it was an assumption. I didn't know for sure. All I did was go into the trophy list to see how many there were. There were 50. And I said, holy cow, that's a lot of trophies. I'm definitely gonna have to play this more than one time to get them all. So what am I looking for? I'm not sure.
The answers must be hidden in Fuller's office. It's temperamental.
Yeah, we found that already.
Everything all right, Doctor?
All is well, Elizabeth.
Thank God, no.
Come now. Don't...
I'm trying. Sometimes I imagine she shuts down the water.
Her courage, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, alright. I thought maybe she would somehow shed light on my little problem here. Narp. Pharmacy. Have I been in here? Ooh, I don't think so.
Doses prescribed by Fuller are far too high.
Oh yeah, he's a quack after all. He's a quack with power. Much like a certain Putin.
We're running out of this medicine.
I know, Doctor. We sent the purchase order, though, but Mrs. Donovan refused it.
Once again.
Can't you do anything?
Donovan takes her instructions directly from Dr. Fuller. I'm afraid I can do nothing about it for the moment.
This, hospital is clearly mismanaged.
We've been waiting to be restocked for weeks.
Well, that's not really what I came here to find out. You'd think the tool I need would be right in here, with all these tools. But it's not. Okay, that's Fuller's office. Go in there yet. Can't go in here. Cause...
The operating room is never accessible after an operation.
Yeah. Or... maybe the janitor knows. He'll have tools. Which way is he? I don't quite... Ooh, what's this room? Oh, this is the bathroom. Where the janitor was mopping. Maybe he forgot a tool. There's a brush. Aha! Way to go, brain. That was a good one. I'm not sure how that helped exactly.
I feel guilty about
loosened the
Elizabeth,
valve
but
somehow?
I need the diversion.
I have little time for you, Doctor. You'll find out that it's not only the doctors who have things to do.
Okay, well I gotta go bug Elizabeth then.
It's
No.
temperamental, if I understand correctly.
Dr. Colden, might there be a problem with the water?
I was about to mention it. It seems it's been cut off yet again.
I can't take this, Marie. I feel I'm gonna burst.
It's not your fault if we have defective plumbing.
And yet, I'm the one who gets punished because I'm gonna have to square off with that annoying old witch. Courage, Elizabeth. Here we go. And hold your tongue this time.
Yeah, maybe don't insult your superiors if you don't want them to, you know, Give you problems? Oh, she's already gone. Wow.
At last.
That worked
Missing
quick.
files must be hidden here. The Stendhal syndrome. Of course. This is where Fuller found his diagnosis for Francis Sanders.
No? Okay, alright. I guess I'm going through the door. Seems like a bad idea.
I should go another way.
Was that the only thing I needed to find? No, because it's still an objective. But there's nothing else to interact with here. But there's nothing else to interact with here. I don't have a light. Oh, what is this?
Something is wrong with these masts. It's some sort of puzzle.
Oh, I see. I see what's happening.
I've unlocked something.
That was stupidly easy.
I was right.
This is a terrible idea. To decrease the likeliness that someone's going to hear this.
Conclusions. Session number 17.
Oh, hidden items.
Patient? Sarah Hawkins. The patient appears to have finally accepted
There's a shoe?
Why is Ethan on medication?
that comes with her exceptional gifts.
Why does Dr. Fuller write psychological reports about Sarah Hawkins?
At first, I presumed that her blood was the key. But I found nothing to...
Where are the other secret things? There's a secret somewhere. Oh.
This finger belonged to a woman.
Ugh.
Why keep it here? The poor souls downstairs are not Fuller's only subjects.
Then James came, irate that Charles was keeping secrets from him. I presume that he will try to break into the basement sooner or later. I am prepared.
Hawkins, Fitzroy, and Fuller. What is the connection between these three?
It is fortunate that I had the presence of mind to set them all in the basement. When all the fuss about the Hawkins incident finally comes to an end, I will dispose of her belongings. In the meantime, they must remain hidden in plain sight.
The shoe.
Of course. Sarah Hawkins is the connection. I must go back to the basement.
Is that through the, That's not where I wanted to be. Where's that creepy door? Here, this one. Uh-oh. That's a lot of blood. Oh, hey, Doc.
Ah, now that's the Marie that I know.
Huh?
I knew I could count on your scientific curiosity. It's time to show you what you were so eager to discover.
Uh-oh. Poor Marie.
If you're gonna shoot me, at least have the decency to look me in the eyes.
Turn around. Slowly. Talk, filthy thief! Oh, I swear I'll shoot!
No, I'm not gonna... Oh.
Take a minute to look around. Everything points to Charles Hawkins.
Does it, though?
He's dead.
No.
I was kind of
He
curious
here
about that,
for
to
a
be
very
honest.
specific item.
Oh, no.
The book. Why was it in the safe?
Have you read it?
Answer the question.
How foolish of you. Now you won't be able to escape his will. What did it show you?
Oh, man.
She went into Fuller's office. She was looking for Sarah Hawkins' corpse.
Sarah Hawkins, you say? Let's go back to the start, shall we? Whose
wonder if you have
life
to...
did the Necronomicon choose to show you?
Dr. Colden. She was at the Riverside Institute. She's in danger. I have to go.
Wait! No one knows the occult better than me. You might need my help.
So, what I was going to say there is, I wonder if you have to dump all your points at the beginning into occult to get any of these occult things available? Because there haven't been enough pickups for me to raise my occult level high enough to use any of those options yet. And I think I've been pretty thorough in my investigations, so I might have missed some, but... sure, yeah.
All right. All right. I might need you after all.
Perfect. Let's meet later at the Hawkins mansion. Now go! Rescue the doctor!
Thank you, Drake.
You got, like, a test answers written on his arm there? Some kind of lame Bible scripture tattoo. Chapter 9, okay. Made it. The book projected Pierce into the body of Dr. Colden. Detective watched, helplessly, as Bradley's friend carried out her inquiry. Confronted with the experiments of Fuller, she got into his office and discovered that the director of the Riverside Institute was hiding information on, if not the body of, Sarah Hawkins. She was discovered by Fuller. Pierce must save her before it's too late. Enter madness.
I pray that Colden is really here. And alive.
Oh, yawn. Well, I can open these drawers. Ooh. It worked. That was easy. Diary of the Pastor's Wife, Volume 1. The Diary of Reverend Wickwood's wife. Wow. I really stumbled on Wickwood there. Her husband, John, built the first Hawkins home, called Hilltop, at the end of the 17th century. They were among the first white colonists of the island. The previous inhabitants disappeared mysteriously 3 centuries earlier.
An old diary.
Okay, so yeah, like I said before, I'm going to pause here, and I'm going to take myself a little break. But you can just keep watching, because I'm going to be back in... And I'm back with a new shirt. to play more Call of Cthulhu. But first, a word from today's sponsor, Grain to Glass. I can't read. Brewing Company. Creamsicle Ale. It's impossible to see because of the light, but look at that. Creamsicle Ale. It tastes like orange, and it's like, I thought this would have been the grossest thing that I've ever had, but actually, it is delicious. I think I'm on chapter 9 here, so 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 6 chapters? I don't know. Might have to take another break between some of these, but we shall see. Also, I might be on chapter 10. I don't know. Find Dr. Colden.
Right. Enough time wasted. Colden needs me. I must find her.
Yeah. You can. Oh, wanted to check. I don't think my medical ability has gone up at all. I think picking those up with Colden was a mistake. Or maybe she'll hand them off to me when I find her. I'm thinking probably not, but possible. Ah, good. At least I can go to the men's room. It's actually been a couple days since my last session, so I don't... Am I, oh, I'm not allowed to be here. Okay. I'm gonna run away then. Oh. What? Some kind of monster.
My God. What is happening to me?
Very good question. I can't even pause. Or go to the menu screen. Pause. Not what I want to do, though. This is a little bit strange, isn't it?
What was that? It's as if I'd been transported somewhere else.
Yeah. As if. So, if I can't go to my menu, is there anything worth finding in the area? Did I even bother looking?
What happened? Something has changed, but what?
I got a different lantern, so things are pink now? But it seems like a lot more things are open. Oh! Nice. Medical book! So there is stuff to find. Pink world. Which means I should continue to be thorough. But will I? Will I, viewer? Probably. Have I been everywhere now? If I grab this. And then go here. And then grab this. Am I in a different... No, not so much. Okay, so this door has elder signs on it. And I wasn't allowed to go in. That's just a regular book. Wasn't allowed to go in with the green lantern. So maybe that's got some kind of connection to the elder gods or whatever. Do we need to read this book? No, because I can't access my inventory. Hmm. Well, I've been here. Been everywhere. I think. Hard to say for sure. Cannot activate the lamp. Aha! That got the door out of the way. Okay, so like green lamp is influenced by elder gods, and pink is not. Okay. This is a weird section. Take that, brick wall. The pink lantern is gone? Or is it hiding somewhere else and I need to find out where it went? And how do I know which walls I can dispel? Not that one. Okay, who's growling? Yeah, the pink lantern is gone. I needed that. It's, kind of my way forward, you know? Oh, maybe if I go in this alternate reality, it'll take me somewhere completely different? Okay. Is there a pink lantern in here now? Or some such? Oh, look, here it is. Alright, so... Oh, I thought I went in there. Am I crazy? No, I needed to open this new door. Okay. I'm just having trouble keeping track of my bearings. All the teleporting and whatnots, proving a little bit difficult. Alright, well, I guess I have to get the green lantern back and then come back in here. And maybe dispel something? I don't know what that item is, but I want it. Huh. I didn't notice that there before. No, it's a brick wall. What the hell? Oh, maybe I have to walk through it and it'll teleport me to somewhere where I can move forward. Alright, I think I'm getting the hang of this. Kinda, sorta.
Destiny, it has trapped you.
Sure. That just goes into the wall. What is that? Oh, whatever it is, it's getting closer. I don't like it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright. Looks like I got jump scared. How do I refuel my lamp? It seems like sometimes it just refuels itself. Oh, here we go. Look at that! Wait, do I have to go change back to pink? Oh, no, oh, I just have to come back to this area. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. That wasn't clear. But it wasn't hard to figure out either, so I can't complain too hard. Or loud, or whatever adjective you would ascribe to complaining. I don't think the word ascribe was right in that sentence either, but... words are hard when you're trying to solve a puzzle. Of sorts. Calling this a puzzle might be a little bit generous. What? Okay. Am I following this? Ah, look. On the floor. How did I miss that?
Confronting powers that surpass you.
Whee! Follow the sparkly thing. Follow the sparkly thing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I bet you there's a trophy for completing this section without getting jump scared. Medical book. Whoop whoop. Oh no. It's through a brick wall now. What do I do? I'm about to go cuckoo crazy. Hey, there's a desk with the apple. It doesn't have an item on it. What? Is that a different desk? Yep. It's time to lose it. Come on. Hit me. It's interesting that the pink lantern doesn't have fuel gauge at all. At all. Able to wield it indefinitely. It's nice, I'm not complaining. Okay, there's the next door I need to open. Oh. Oh, and I got myself lost in here. Okay. I see what happened. I see what happened. I'm a dum-dum. We're back in the office. Like, right back where I started. Yahoo! Oh. I guess whatever I need to find is in there. Or the next sigil that I need to dispel. There. Hustle, hustle, hustle. It's interesting that everything also gets pitch black when you... Wow, I did not expect that at all. If it had been scary in the least, I would have been terrified. But, no, not another brick wall. Goes through here. Through here. Oh, it's on the floor.
It looks like things are back to normal.
Cool. That was clearly padding. And I still can't access my menu. Weird. Maybe I'm not out of the maybe I'm not out of the woods yet. Well, I guess we're follow the blood. Follow the blood. Oh, super. I have no lantern. I have no... what's the other thing? Lighter?
What's going on? It never ends.
Nope. What if I turn back? Oh. Hey, me.
That's me.
Uh-oh.
Oh god!
Oh, there are layers of fearing me.
I got...
Yeah, I really liked Layers of Fear. I haven't played the sequel because I heard it's not very good. But I really liked the original game.
Pierce, I found her. I finally know what's going on. You must live and find the truth. It is already too late for me.
Are you a ghost?
Holden? What's going on? Was it a hallucination?
Uh-oh.
Please
Who's he
take a seat
murdering?
and be quiet, Mr. Pierce. I'll be with you in a moment.
Is that Dr. Colden?
Stop whatever the hell you're doing and turn around now.
Oh no, what have you done? What have you done?
It can't be. No! You son of a bitch! What did you do to her?
I wish I could have done more experiments on you, Mr. Pierce.
I said, what did you do to her?
You shouldn't be sorry for your friend. You should envy her.
Murderer! This madness must stop!
Don't do it, man. That's not justice. Don't do it.
Colden?
She was such a helpful friend, too. Oh. Oh. What's his name's gonna be really upset? Barney? Bert? Starts with a B. Hey, that looks like me on that mural. And by me, of course, I mean Ed. Not Ryan me. But you knew that. I didn't need to explain that. You're a smart viewer. Bar. Oh! The mural me turned around. I need someone to explain that to me. It shed a lot of blood. Ooh. Little leftover bits. Whose arm is that?
What in God's name?
Sarah? Is everyone from the Hawkins family alive? Where's the kid, I ask you? Where is he?
Can you speak?
Not a very effective straitjacket if you keep it undone. And are all of those chamber pots? Maybe they're paint buckets. She seems to have been allowed to do art in her cell.
He
He gave him the gold and I, the Yessir. I don't see
Yeah.
him very often anymore. The green is stronger.
Are you feeling ill?
I'm here, but no.
Let's get you out of here.
It comes in my dreams. Our minds melt like colors on a palette.
Come with me.
It's of the oldest green. A violent living, vibrant. A sea green, maybe. No.
I know you're an
Mrs.
artist,
Hawkins,
but speak
we
English.
must go before someone finds out.
Oh, but he will. He always knows these things when it's about me.
Valid SAN requirements? What?
I have seen the same color. It was not as vivid as you said.
A pale copy. A discarded spawn.
Do you know what it was? Tell me.
I can't. We should not call his name. Terrible, terrible consequences.
All right. Come with me.
He will know. He will find us.
One more reason to hurry.
Have I seen you before?
Can you walk?
Maybe.
Then let's go before your husband finds us.
Okay, that was weird.
It was in your studio.
What?
You painted me. That's where you saw me.
Of course.
Sarah?
The men in white are coming.
You may be forging ahead a bit too fast.
Follow me.
What if I went this way instead? Maybe goodies to find. Goodies, Sarah! What's up, girl? Look, I found my lighter. And my menu! Oh. Whoa! My sanity meter menu thingy has filled up nicely. Okay, macabre discovery. Or how did he pronounce it? Macabre? Macabre? Something like that. He put an extra R in there, I remember that. Searching through the cellars of the Riverside Institute, Pierce entered a room that he first took for a morgue. The advanced state of decay of the corpses that lay about the place quickly made him realize that he was wrong. Nothing could justify the presence of such a charnel house in a hospital? Charnel House. That's the name of a adventure video game trilogy, the Charnel House trilogy. I don't know what it actually means. I thought it was just a name. Anyway, the putrid smell and the total absence of respect for human life, as witnessed by this room, profoundly shocked Pierce, costing him some of his sanity. Oh, look, yeah, I'm shaken. The ordeals you have gone through have left their mark, but you still managed as best you can. Keep your mind busy in order to chase away doubts and painful memories. Still have some way to go. Who knows where your mind could lead you along the paths of insanity. Death of Francis. I'm not going to read all these. Malleus Bestiarium. Meet the Shambler. Wait, but I can't avoid a lot of these. So, am I supposed to go insane? Reading the Necronomicon? Trapped in Madness? Cost of Truth. While Pierce's sanity is growing dangerously weaker, his increased sensitivity to the occult opens new ways for him. On rare occasions, he is now able to unearth hidden truths when he speaks to the inhabitants of the island. As with everything connected with the myth, using it comes at a cost. Root? There are all sorts of systems hidden in this game that I do not understand in the slightest. I think I was building this up, right? Master Investigator! Let's put, spot hidden. One of these days. One of these days.
What the?
Oh no.
Hey there. Just you wait. Just you wait.
Well, that was easy. I appreciate it.
The machine. It's the green. The decaying one.
The gas.
Yes. It's not good for living beings.
We don't have time for that.
I am not moving until the wrong is set right.
Damn it.
Fair. But also, don't be a hero, Sarah. And I guess that's all that's left to do. Oh, come on.
Better off finding a tool.
Nobody can turn a valve in this game. Oh, he just... Okay.
All right. That should do it. Let's move.
I'm your puppet no more.
You don't speak to your wife that way, sir. Even if you are a squid man.
My wife, you owe me obedience.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Leave her alone. We're leaving this crazy island.
Uh-oh.
You are going nowhere. Don't get between me and my wife.
Uh-oh.
Nobody tells me what to do with my wife. How dare you? No! Why should I let you take her away when I could snap your neck?
All you did for her safety was throwing her in this rat hole.
I hid her well enough.
You let Fuller play with her.
Stop. I did everything I could to protect her. But her identity, her power, is what threatens her.
What?
Sarah has seen things, has made things you can't even begin to imagine. Would you still save her if I told you that she is even more dangerous than I am?
Good question. Ah, medicine.
She's weak, physically and mentally.
Do not make the mistake of thinking she's a feeble woman.
Well, that's not what I said.
Sarah has been in the presence of the myth for too long. Even if she were to leave Darkwater, she would still hear his call. And the cult will always be here, waiting for her.
Then we get rid of its members.
You are out of your league, detective. They control the whole island. She will finally surrender to his power, and the world will fall with her.
So...
No one can escape the wheel of destiny, they say. But I will change it. I will save Sarah.
Oh. I guess it doesn't matter whether he was a good guy or not. Oh, don't pull it out that way. Don't pull it out either way. Ooh. Ooh, where'd you find an axe, man? Oh, he pooped himself. It's a big brown spot right on his butt. Oh, Charlie, come on, man. After the death of Colden, Pierce, victim of hallucinations, advanced inside the Riverside Institute to the point of discovering Sarah Hawkins alive, prisoner of Dr. Fuller. The last confrontation between Charles Hawkins and his wife has revealed that the man, under his monstrous appearance, tried to protect her from the influence of the myth. He warned Pierce, if Sarah succumbs to the lure of the occult, he will lose all free will, allowing the cult to bring its plan to fruition, summon an ancient and evil god. Henceforth, Pierce must know more about Sarah Hawkins' intentions and find a way to protect her. Okay, I'm curious, what chapter am I actually on here? 9. Oh boy, we got a long way to go.
No parent should have to bury their child.
No.
Knowing it's me that put him there.
Not on purpose.
The guilt will never go away.
I get it, but not on purpose.
I feel your pain.
I'll do anything to get him back. Anything.
You know what game you're in?
What lured me here in the first place. It began showing me things I never should have painted. Things Charles should never have seen.
What am I to you? I took care of you, saved you from your miserable life. Find a man better than me. You owe me.
I owe you nothing.
Oh, not this type of guy. He's no good.
You're not going anywhere. You are mine.
Bradley. That was the officer's name. Bradley.
Simon.
Come on. It's over now.
Not over. We still have 5 chapters to go. 4.5 at least. No, 5. We're on 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I can count. Look, I've got this many. conversation happening. I hope you like subtitles. Oh man, so close yet so far. Man, this is giving me a hankering for like a real RPG where you assign stats that make real differences rather than, oh, I couldn't pick the lock. Or, oh, I can't choose this conversation option. Oh. Oh, dude. Oh, dude.
How are you, Bradley?
Ah, it's you, Pierce.
God,
I'm
he's
just
ugly.
worried about Marie. I mean, Dr. Colden. Have you had any
Oh.
news?
I gotta tell him the truth. Oh man, he's a good dude. Good dude. He deserves to know the truth.
I'm so sorry, Bradley. I could do nothing to save her.
What do you mean? What happened?
I'm not sure what happened. But I found her body in the cellars of Riverside.
You sure that you've got nothing to do with it? If she hadn't tried to help you, she might still be alive.
Alright.
Sorry. Truly.
It's that slug, Fuller. I swear I'll shoot him. What do you say, Pierce? Are you with me?
I think you should arrest him, not shoot him.
Have no fear, Bradley. Dr. Fuller will not escape the clutches of destiny for long. Sooner or later, he will be judged for what he has done. You just need to have faith.
What are you talking about? What's this story of destiny? No, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna wait for some mystical intervention. I'll take care of him. Myself.
We must do something for those who are still alive, Bradley. Sarah is still in danger as long as the cult is active. We need to see this through, otherwise Marie's death will have been in vain.
You're, the voice of reason, Pierce. As always.
Wait, you know me for 2 days. You're always the voice of reason.
I prefer to be alone.
Okay. Oh, poor Bradley. Poor Marie. He didn't even really do anything except be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Here. Oh. No more alcohol abuse for you, Edward. No. Hold on your pants. They are loud.
Mr. Pierce, we were waiting for you.
Good. Sarah doesn't have much time.
Also filthy.
Did you think I would let you confront the occult without supervision?
This is too dangerous.
I'm not a baby.
Bookworm like you.
Algernon, I need to talk to Mr. Pierce.
Very well, Sarah. I will be in Charles Hawkins' office.
Okay, bye. Wow. There, you clean up nice.
You seem different.
Yes. When I woke up this morning, my mind was sharper. Cleaner. I can still hear the voice calling me. It is so strong. So ancient. Enticing. Dangerous. I may never be able to escape his grip, but for now I can keep it at bay. I know what I owe you, Mr. Pierce. But I can't come back to Boston with you.
You've been friends for a long time, hiding each other's secrets.
I trust him.
What are you planning to do?
I must find it and kill it. I am the only one who can end its slaughter.
No. No, you will come with me to Boston.
I owe you no obedience.
No,
This
you're right.
isn't about what you want or don't want to do. You would risk destroying the world just because you can't face the consequences of your actions.
I am willing to atone for my sins.
No, you're just trying to erase all proof of the mistakes you've made.
I know what I have done. I will not rest until the creature is sent back to its dimension.
No, that's fair. I think she's right.
You can't give up, even knowing the stakes.
Yes.
Stop drifting that way, man.
Still, I won't let you go.
What?
You will stay here until I find a safe way to return to Boston.
That's ridiculous. Listen, Algernon knows of a way to protect me. Help him find what he seeks, and we may all survive this battle.
All right. I'll help you.
Do you really know what we're going up against? I mean, unless the name the game Call of Cthulhu is just like a bait and switch, we have no hope. All hope is lost. I'm not gonna leave. Getting me? I'm gonna go find Algernon. That's a chair. This was Sarah's office.
Was Sarah Hawkins telling the truth?
I don't know, we should root through her stuff. Again. The first time wasn't enough.
What kind of ritual was she preparing? Was the painting of the Shambler displayed here? Mrs. Hawkins never told me why she was in possession of the Necronomicon.
Because it's super cool.
How did she survive her encounter with the Shambler? Knowing Mrs. Hawkins, I bet she was willing to fight.
She's a tough lady. I like her.
Charles Hawkins was ready to do anything to protect his wife.
Even become a squid man. Or maybe more like an octopus man. But squid man it rolls off the tongue a little bit better. So that's what I prefer to say. Come on, that looks like a collectible book. Really? Nothing in this room. So, I may have forgotten which way old Chucky's office is.
I'd be better off if I went to see the others.
Yeah. I don't know if I've even been there yet. Oh! Here we are. It was on the one path. Oh, it's this room. Gotcha, gotcha. I thought it was just a library or something.
Seeing you again. Ah, it's you. I'm here for her, not you.
I don't care why you're here.
Can't we be friends, Algernon? I'm gonna call you
How do
Al.
you protect Mrs. Hawkins from the influence of the forces that claim her?
By following Charles Hawkins, that imbecile of a thief, of course.
What do you mean?
He found something. An amulet. The symbol engraved on it could protect Sarah.
Could?
We are dealing with forces that by far surpass what your intellect can process. Feel free to ask me any question regarding the matters that exceed your grasp.
I don't know anymore, like, which things are going to end a conversation.
What is the true nature of the Necronomicon?
I see that you are interested in my precious book.
Yes,
It is the
very.
definitive book of knowledge of the occult, Mr. Pierce, written by Abdul al-Hazred. It is the answer to many a question.
That is why it's so highly valued.
Yes, and even though it is a copy, given to me as a gift by
Oh, it's a
Professor
copy.
Armitage of
Well,
Miskatonic
come on.
University,
Not that
the work
magical.
remains very powerful.
I understand better why you keep it in a safe.
Ah, so that didn't end the conversation, eh? Okay, so we were talking about Charles.
A genius like you must have already found a way to get rid of this creature, yes?
I sense your sarcasm, but it does happen that, yes, I do have a solution. I think I can destroy it, but for that I must approach the creature, and to be able to do so, I need the key to Rie.
Another one of your baubles.
It is no bauble, unbeliever. It is a very powerful protection, able to repel very ancient forces. Much more effective than your Colt.
What does it look like?
It is a golden amulet, bearing very ancient inscriptions and an elder sign at its center. A star with an eye in the middle.
I've already seen that sign. Where can we find it?
Therein lies the problem. That foul thief Charles has hidden it somewhere. I found
How
this
dare he.
drawing among his personal effects. I think that it has something to do with the location of the amulet.
I'll follow this lead. You continue searching.
That is what I intend to do. As for you, return here the second you find it. I don't want it to disappear again.
Okay. Sketch of a bust. I don't recall having seen any busts around. Oh.
Damn it. The entrance to the tunnel has been buried following the cave-in. But at least I didn't dream it.
Yeah, also I kind of zoned out for a little bit of that conversation. I may have been mildly distracted by my phone. I need to remember to turn it off when I'm recording. It's silly of me to leave it on. Oh. Hello. Oh. I'm not sure where this is. But if I had to guess... This looks like the same guy. Doesn't it? He's in the wrong place, but... That could be him. Yeah, there's not much here, is there? I'm thinking it's not in the kids' room. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Look at this. Ah! Ah, hidden in plain sight. Beauty.
This is the amulet that Drake was looking for.
This amulet is engraved with the Elder Sign. Drake calls it the Key of Relie. Firmly believes that the artifact is of great power. Uh-oh. I got that point. Got the point, yo! Where... Here it is. Boop. I can see all hidden items. No, I didn't want to leave. Actually, I have another point to spend, and I want to put it into my brain. Oh no! I feel like I've just started playing and I'm already getting sleepy. Well, it's almost been an hour, so... Alright, alright. I did work pretty hard today, so... You deserve a sleep. But I'm gonna try to wait for bedtime.
It's you again.
Naps will just make me stay up all night, so... Ooh, we could talk about other things.
The Shambler.
Mm.
What is it?
It is a hunter. It travels from one dimension to another to hunt down its prey.
Francis Sanders was one of its victims. How could a creature like that end up in one of Mrs. Hawkins' paintings?
Sarah has an uncommon gift. A connection with entities that live beyond our reality. I doubt that she was aware at the time, but when she painted the picture in a certain way, she called it.
And now it remains in our reality.
Let us say that it uses the painting as a portal into our reality. And we make enticing prey for it.
Oh, I sliced up the
We must
painting.
find a way of sending it back to where it came from permanently. The dagger with the strange sign. Was it you who sold it to Francis Sanders?
If you are referring to the dagger of the ancients, then yes, it was me. Why?
Do you know what he intended to do with it?
Francis was primarily a collector of occult objects.
Oh, I know.
He liked rare items such as the
Wow.
dagger.
Tired.
But I doubt he knew its purpose.
It allowed me to send the creature you call the Shambler back into the painting.
Fascinating. But I am afraid that this might only be short-lived.
You mean that thing could come back?
Yes, that is why I am looking for a more permanent solution.
So is that what was attacking me in the hospital? Was it the Shambler? I thought it was a new monster.
I think I've found what we're looking for.
Let me see that. Yes,
guess not.
That's it. It's perfect. We are saved.
I must tell Mrs. Hawkins.
Yes, do
We did it! Teamwork! Yay! Points! Put into my brain. Look, hold on. Validate. Aha! Okay. What's next? Back to Sarah again? Oh look, she's moved. And glitched out a little bit.
I have it. It's a strange amulet. I hope it will protect you, considering that nothing will help you change your mind.
You must understand. I already went too far.
That's wrong too.
Terrible. You convinced yourself that you had to risk so much.
I can't tell you now.
This story is going to end badly.
Yeah, they usually do.
Chief West is here with Sullivan.
Bradley, you take care of Sarah. I will deal with them.
You sure? All right.
Remind me again why Bradley is actually even here in the first place? I may have forgotten.
I've been hearing about you a lot lately. You seem to enjoy causing trouble.
What? No!
Nice job, Chief. You got me. Great police work.
You can try to play smart with me all you want, Pierce.
Witnesses have identified you as the one who set fire to Riverside.
Witnesses? How convenient. That's not the whole story, is it?
I don't care about your stories. Save them for the judge. You know, us cops, we base our investigation on facts and testimonies. You might want to try that next time.
There.
You bet I will.
What a comeback. Way to go, Eddie. You got him. You got him good. Ooh. Oh. Alright. With the help of Algernon Drake, Pierce has obtained an amulet that is supposed to protect Sarah Hawkins against the evil powers that covet her. The painter told him of her desire to track and kill the dimensional shambler in order to atone for her sins. Before Pierce could stop her, he was arrested by the police. To pad out the length of the game, even more than that silly lantern segment. Which was stupid. Now that I've been through it and can reflect on it slightly, what was even the point of that whole area?
You know, I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Pierce.
All good, I hope.
It appears that you've been involved in a variety of misdemeanors since your arrival on
What? No, you got a different Pierce.
Private property, twice. Aggression, insulting behavior, and to top it all, arson.
I don't know if that's true. You know what? Let's just play along. I'm a good boy.
Listen, Chief West, I realize that I'm in your jurisdiction, and that you don't like guys like me. However, I think that these accusations are exaggerated and that we would benefit from working together.
If that means a confession from you and therefore less paperwork for me, then we've got a deal.
Okay.
I'm serious. Can't you see what's going on right under your nose?
Yeah? So what's going on that I don't know about?
I have perfect investigation skills, so this has got to work, right?
You'd be better off taking an interest in Dr. Fuller. The experiments he carries out on his patients are as inhuman as they are illegal. And when Dr. Colden wanted to put a stop to it, she too went under the knife.
What are you talking about? Nobody's reported any wrongdoings.
Because they all
Dr.
died.
Fuller is a man who is as much respected and admired on the island as he is in his profession. It seems like you've got a grievance against him. Is that why you set fire to his institute?
I'm admitting nothing at all.
Come on, I'll show you to your new residence. I'll be back later to ask you some questions. I hope that you'll make the right choice and confess to everything. It would be as unpleasant for you as it would be for me if I had to adopt more advanced questioning.
I have no doubt about that.
Good night, Mr. Pierce.
Mr. Pierce, the Truth Seeker.
Leviathan?
We meet at last.
Who's there?
Uh-oh. It should be raining indoors. Or filling up this quick.
I am the one men named Leviathan.
You're a little bit smaller than I expected.
Not because of the scale of my terrestrial form.
Oh.
But as a reminder of the immensity of my knowledge.
Okay. Fair enough.
Which I came to share with you.
And what I should have said there was, you're a bit short for a stormtrooper. Which would have been a fun reference to make.
Do not struggle.
Then I didn't do it.
You will not be
like a fool.
to speak or escape my influence.
Well, he couldn't say it. He said I couldn't do either of these.
I told you to behave. You are here to accept the knowledge and follow the path that leads to your freedom. This is an offer that the likes of you, particularly those with such rare characteristics, cannot.
Like the perfect ability to spot hidden items?
The more you bend your human spirit to make it able to receive the truth, the closer you will come to embrace his power. Where is the Oracle, Truth Seeker? Would you like to see her?
Barbara Gordon? You know what? Let's accept the knowledge. I like knowledge.
Where is the Oracle? Is she not the very object of your quest? I'll let you see for yourself. But do not forget, your fate has already been written. Our paths shall cross again, Truth Seeker.
You know the risk, Sarah. If you happen to use your powers again, you may lose more than your life.
It is not about me, but innocent lives. I hope that your sources are reliable.
The bootleggers have the painting. If the dimensional shambler is to appear, he will do it here. The shambler! I knew it!
No! Not again!
Uh-oh.
Algernon, come back!
Ooh, I'm Sarah now. Cool. Don't pick up any medical tomes or they'll be wasted. Do you think you went down or through the gate? Gate it is. And what I should have said there was, Cowabunga it is.
Shambler.
That would have been a fun reference. But then I didn't do it. Oh, who's that dead man? Oh, Algernon. It's not Crazy Pants. Oh, here we go.
No way back.
Oh, well, that's how this game goes, Sarah. I know you haven't been around for the previous chapters, but it's very linear. Hey, lost in your bud. There it is. Back where it belongs. Get in your home, here, bud. Get in your home.
How many are there?
Well, let's start counting. 2. Ooh, did I see a painting? Oh, there's a trail of blood. I'm gonna explore a little bit more. Oh, tree. I guarantee you cat is not going to be among them. 4.
I'll never forgive myself for this painting.
Ooh, look at it go. Oh, that's a great idea. I haven't... Okay, so this, I don't remember what day I have this video scheduled to go live. But as of recording, I'm still looking for a couple more games to play to fill out the October schedule. And I think I just figured one out. If you can guess what it is, because it's going to come after this one, please leave a comment with your guesses.
Hey! You can't leave us!
Sorry, old friend, but it's either you or me.
No! What are you... No! Open! Open up! Open this door! It's here.
Uh-oh. He got shambled. Or he's getting shambled anyway.
The beast is within our reach.
Are you sure you want to do it?
Let's go.
Quickly, come with me!
Yeah, Sarah's like totally fearless. She's pretty cool.
I'll never forgive myself for this painting.
Al? Oh.
How do we kill it?
The Shambler can open breaches between dimensions. He uses glyphs as anchors to stay in our world.
Then I must destroy these glyphs.
Exactly.
How can I find them?
I will make the glyphs visible so you can revoke them. By doing so, this zone will be protected by a barrier.
Perfect. Stay inside the shield.
This is getting real video gamey.
Get back inside it as soon as you sense the slightest danger. The first glyph must have appeared somewhere on the floor.
Do I get any sort of... Well, I don't need this. Let's refuel. Hey! Oh, it just took a moment to fill.
Find that symbol, Sarah. It should react to the light if you use your lamp.
Oh... That's why I've got a lantern. Like, this place is really well lit. Why do I have a lantern? Is this it?
Glyph. I can't move it. Is it acting against me?
The ritual is working. Don't worry, it's just until I ward it off. Oh no. The Wanderer is back. The glyph is ready.
So I can
symbol has been revealed.
blast him away.
You know what you have to do, Sarah.
Good to know. Is it also on floor, though? Is what I need to know. Or, like, am I looking at walls this time? Am I looking at ceiling?
The second glyph must have appeared. Let's press on.
I'm doing that, dude. You can give me more hints. Rather than just telling me what I already know.
The symbol must be here somewhere. Look closely.
That is what I'm doing.
Ah, you tell him, Sarah. Oh, no, wait, that's the protection sigil.
The second glyph must have appeared. Let's press on.
This was like where the first one was. Probably shouldn't have come back this way. Maybe way up there? Oops.
Look closely.
That is what I'm doing.
Well, okay. So at least it doesn't seem to attack me unless or until I find the glyph. Kinda nice.
He's getting stronger and more aggressive. If he catches up with you, try blinding him.
How about you try telling me which way to go?
The symbol must be here somewhere. Look closely.
That is what I'm doing.
Oh, the last one's gonna appear on this palette, isn't it? It's just ripe for glyphing.
The second glyph must have appeared. Let's press on.
I'm looking for it. Oh, I can move this now.
Where is it?
Get out of here, Shambler, no! Oh, I have to find them all in one run. Alright, so I can do this. I can do this. Oh, wait, no. I thought I saw a thing that said find the first glyph, but maybe it was marking off the one that I had completed. Oh, he's right there. Oh, jeez. Well, the good news is I don't have to do it all in one session, run, whatever. One life, if you will. To use old school video game parlance. Get out of here. Did it just slow him down?
I have the impression the Shambler is trying to anticipate our actions.
Oh, no way. Think he realizes we're trying to destroy the glyphs?
Stronger and more aggressive. If he catches up with you, try blinding him.
Uh-oh, I'm stuck. Totally cut off the way that I was hoping to go. Shamble somewhere else, man. Almost out of lamp? Oh, so he turns himself to dust. Okay.
Now is when matters get complicated. I must breach the barrier to ward off the creature. You have to lure it in front of me, Sarah. Do you understand? Once it goes after you, I need you to guide it towards me.
Mm-hmm. Like I've been doing. Okay, so I was saying before about guessing what other game I'm going to play for Halloween, but nobody watches these when they're posted, so kind of a moot point, I think. if you do happen to watch it before whatever next video it is comes out, well, then good job. Good for you. I'm happy to see.
The glyph is near. I'm sure of it.
I already got that one. Oh, I don't need the barrier. I need the oil. Dude, I'm smart. This is the way I went before.
There, Sarah. Only one glyph left to find.
Bro. I know. Looking for it. It's not on the pallet.
The glyph is near. I'm sure of it.
My foot is going to be near your mouth if you don't shut up.
We're almost there, Sarah. Only one glyph left to find.
Where have I not been? This isn't that big of a cave.
The glyph is near. I'm sure of it.
That's where the first one is. But probably not up there. Came down this way before. There's my pallet. That's the way to the first one. That's the way to the second one. The third one should, in theory, be off in this direction somewhere. Your goal is, to not keep them too close together. Oh, there's old Shambly.
Done. Quickly, bring him towards me.
Uh-oh. That was a wall.
Well done, Sarah. It's time we were done with this one.
Cool, I beat the boss. Get your skinny butt out of here. Do I have to do something? I do. Hold on a second now. I'm out of oil. Do I need to do something else here, or is it just supposed to take a really long time? Oh, use the painting. Oh. Oop. Didn't even see the objective thingy in the corner. Oh, there he goes. Goodbye! Sarah, let's... do nothing at all? Sarah?
I can hear him. He calls me. No, I mustn't. Algernon, my old friend. It's too late.
Really? Really? Is that how it's pronounced? Is that how I said it before? Okay. Chapter 11. And I've been playing for an hour and a half. Oh boy. Sarah Hawkins, together with Algernon Drake, managed to permanently drive the dimensional shambler back at the end of a fierce battle. However, this feat of strength cost her what was left of her self-awareness. She has succumbed to the call of the myth. Uh-oh.
Sarah Hawkins. Why did she do it? Damn it.
Well, gotta kill Sarah now.
Did our guest enjoy our hospitality?
Let me out of here.
I'm warning you, Pierce.
The bacon was a little bit underdone.
Confession. Do you admit your guilt in the case brought before you?
You don't have any idea what's happening on this damn island.
Chief West, we got a problem.
Damn it, not now. What is it this time?
Captain Fitzroy, Chief. Some guys have ransacked Roy's bar. They went berserk, attacked the patrons, smashed the place up. It's chaos.
This is only the beginning. Let me out.
Let's go take a look. Tell Sullivan and Marshall to keep this one nice and warm.
Marshall.
Back.
Are you stupid? Don't you understand? Those goddamn idiots.
Leviathan. Hello. Okay, I'm just gonna go to sleep. Probably the best thing to do in this situation.
Truth Seeker.
Oh, there's Leviathan.
I find you again. As promised, I come back to reiterate the offer of truth. As your mind expands and finally understands the true nature of the world, your perceptions change.
Like everything becomes underwater?
Are you ready to see your world and the ones that live in it as they truly are?
Yes. Whoa! I don't know. This one.
Truth Seeker. Follow the path of the ultimate truth.
Hey, thanks, bro. I do seem to be drowning. Can I not drown? Is that an option?
We're made of the same stuff, Detective. Fighters. Survivors. I never would have thought you so naive. It's all your fault. You could have stopped this whole thing.
Cat, don't you blame me. You didn't do nothing.
The villagers. Me. We're all in danger, as long as you're alive.
Yikers. Did something happen over there? Oh. The wall blocking my progress disappeared. Wonderful.
Can't go to sleep. Keep having the same dream. Or should I say nightmare? That pain in my chest as if I was being skewered. Hurtless, cold, silence. Then I wake up in the hospital bed alive. Whispers in my mind. I keep hearing it, and I don't know how long I'll be able to resist.
Keep it together, Bradley. Keep it together. You're my only ally on this island.
Are you, Truth Seeker? I may see you in my dreams. I still can't decide if you will be my doom or my liberation. This fate, it may have been written for both of us, but I will fight for what is right.
Disagree. Oh, now I'm Cat.
Dom, what happened?
Come, you'll want to hear what these two Egypts have to say.
This better be interesting.
Seems like someone decided to grant you your deepest wish.
A mutiny?
Worse. They killed Chief West.
Whoa.
And left his body in one of our warehouses.
You're kidding.
They're all yours.
Which one of you is dumb enough to kill a cop and throw him on my doorstep?
We don't know nothing.
The dead body in my warehouse disagrees.
We swear, miss, it's not us.
I don't have time for this. Spill it.
We've got nothing to do with it.
I want to know everything about the corpse over there, or I swear you will meet the same end.
If we speak to you, we're dead. If we don't speak to you, we're dead.
What? No!
Listen, miss, we didn't see what happened, but we heard. Noises and talkings, like. We've been betrayed.
By whom?
Go, look at the body. You'll find out for yourself.
Interesting. Let's go, Dom. Where is this workshop?
I'll go with you. He must be talking about the old boat repair workshop.
Release our friends, you bunch of pickaroons.
Pickaroons.
He's done nothing wrong.
Apart from killing a cop on our turf.
That's hooey.
How do you know they killed him?
Do you want me to settle it with some lead?
Scurvy dog, always threatening us.
I know. Oh.
Quieten these lunkheads
Fading fast.
before I shiv the lot of them.
I'll take care of them. A bunch of liquor sponges aren't going to lay down the law round here.
I'll take a look at this workshop. Join me when you're finished.
Yeah, pickaroons. I'm gonna start calling people that. Pickaroon. And watch, as soon as I start using it and having fun with it, it's gonna be like the next word that's totally not okay to say. Just because. Not that I have any issues, you know. Any of the other words that are kind of illegal these days. They're that way for good reason. A door? Isn't this your warehouse? Why are you picking the lock? Come on, cat. What's up with you?
If someone had told me that one day West's work would kill him.
So Cat is also a detective.
Someone moved the corpse here. Where did the murder happen?
Oh, like right in the middle. That puddle of blood you looked at. Come on, Cat. Keep up.
We came from here.
Yeah.
Down the stairs.
Yeah, no kidding. Almost as if it were exactly what I said. Or pretty close, anyway.
So this is where West was killed. What's that? What the fuck is that? Where did it come from?
Squid Man? A full Squid Man.
He wasn't alone. Who were those guys?
The Squid Brigade.
There's only one man who smokes these gaspers. Fitzroy.
Okay.
You're not supposed to be here, Truth Seeker.
What's going on outside?
Oh!
Next one who comes close gets one in the head.
Okay. Now we have zombies. Pierce saw Kat's worrying discoveries through her eyes. While she was searching for the murderer of a cop, she was attacked by some of the island inhabitants. Pierce has yet to find if she did make it. And Chapter 12. Oh, clipping along at a very good pace. Three left. I think I can make it. I think I can make it. I am getting pretty tired, though. Gonna be a close one. Into madness.
Wake up.
What happened?
Take that weapon, you'll need it.
Which weapon?
Hawkins, she... Ah!
What? Tell me.
My head. You're coming into my head.
Bradley, no.
Bradley, damn it, pull yourself together.
They got me. I can't resist any longer.
Uh-oh.
Do you remember the cultists we saw under the Hawkins house? I saw them on the docks.
Pierce, you've been in this cell for days.
Listen, I think they are responsible for your affliction.
I was unable to stop her.
What do you mean, unable?
She left with the bookseller. They never came back. The doctors told me later that they saw her going in the direction of the whaling station.
Damn it.
I'm turning, Pierce, into one of those things.
Then get in the cell.
Keep fighting it, Bradley.
It's too late. You have to end this. Do it. Kill me.
I don't wanna. No.
Enough killing.
Idiot! Ah! Now go, you imbecile.
I don't want to kill Bradley. He's a close personal friend. Well, wow, look at all the points I have. Where did those come from? Oh no, in brain. Put it in brain. Oh no! I thought brain was totally leveled up. Psychology, sorry, whatever. Oh man. I really screwed up this time.
Sarah Hawkins was going to the whaling station.
Guess so.
Stop. Oh God. What am I doing?
Murdering. Murdering. Got a trophy for it. So it was worth it. Which one is the waiting station? This is the Harbor Master's office. Is it the same thing? Probably not. But
It looks like an old Seaway map.
outside.
And when they found me, they ate my flesh.
Oh, look, that's got an eyeball right on it. No. Gross.
My flesh granted them powers and revelations.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
You are getting closer, Truth Seeker.
The eyeballs have to be ground up and put into hot dog form before I'm going to eat them. Thank you. Ugh.
The most precious gift of all. The truth. The ultimate truth about life. If I prove able to resurrect life, then it will only be a matter of time before I know how to create it. It will be the end of gods, be they ancient and powerful.
You done?
Seeker is not your savior. Stop using your powers and never again approach the cult. Oracle or not, they will not get you.
Hmm.
truth seeker. Someone with exceptional sensitivity to his dreams. This gift will lead him to this island. As I am the Oracle, I speak for him we cannot name.
So, this must have been a flashback because Charles was there.
Track the truth like the bloodhound you are.
Okie dokie.
What has she done?
Oh, Ed.
Bloody Captain. I'm not dying in this rat hole.
Cat? Where are you?
If I find him...
Hidden something. Fitzroy has destroyed all the ways off the island. What?
What are you still doing here, Detective?
I need
Wow.
to go to the whaling station.
It's locked. You'll need a key to get there.
Yeah, you've seen better days.
Go get me a first aid kit. I might have something for you.
You were chasing Fitzroy, but now you're here, injured.
How do you know? There were too many. Got us. If I don't get something to stop the bleeding, I'm a goner.
And let me say that you have been nothing but unkind to me. Why should I help you?
I'm coming back with a first aid kit.
Hurry up. I won't last long.
Oh, there's not actually a timer. I don't know where to find a first aid kit. Into potty? Potty? No? There's not a lot of places I can go, though, so maybe in the bar? Nope.
What happened here?
We may never know, Ed. We may never know.
What happened here?
Why do you ask the same question twice?
Who's there? It's my body!
No,
Only I have the right to eat it!
I pressed the shoot button.
Thank you. How did you manage to get out of your cell?
Officer Bradley came to free me.
Bradley and his sense of justice. Where is he?
He's dying.
I'm sorry, officer. He's gone.
Did you?
No. When I left, he was still breathing.
Poor guy. I see you're out of bullets. Take these. Sullivan won't need them anymore.
Thanks.
I don't even have an ammo thingy meter. So where am I supposed to find this medkit?
Hey, you! They got the boss. Nasty wound. I wanted to get her the first aid kit in the Hawkins warehouse.
Thank
There's
you.
one of those poor bastards in it. Too dangerous.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay, I don't... Oh, it's right here. Nice. Oh, come on! They get... Like, all they have to do is get a little bit too close to you and you're done. I mean, there's no chance, really. Gotta keep your distance.
Thank you, Officer Bradley.
I'm sorry.
Did he? No. Oh, I see you.
Thanks.
I'm gonna grab these just in case.
How many died because of this madness?
Can't go in the front door.
Hey, you! They got the bar.
I'll see what...
That's right.
This should enable me to stop Kat's bleeding.
I guess she's not a... whatchamacallit? Optional objective. Oh no!
Hope his boss will have more luck. Shit. They're going to the whaling station.
Yeah, huh?
Hide and wait until they're gone.
Let's not. I have a bullet? Nobody. Nobody's here. Actually, while I'm in a relatively safe space, they're like, no, there's no ammo meter anywhere under my video feed. That guy's not hurting anyone, so he can live. Gotta get up here for what I hope is a new checkpoint.
Go get me a first aid kit. I might have something for you.
No.
Take it.
Right.
I'm too nice.
The entrance to the whaling station is behind the Hawkins warehouse.
My poor creamsicle ale. All gone. I just run for it. Will that work? Oh yeah, they could get me in here. Nice. She said it's behind the Hawkins warehouse. It should be like right, I guess, down this alley. Nothing to find here, so you gotta get opened. I think it might be the one with the light on. Ooh, secrets? Oh god. So itchy. You ever get those, like, super intense itches? Right. Right inside your nose. Like, right, like, near the outside, but... You know. Like being... Got a little hair tickling. Yeah, just had one of those. Oof. Yeah, this is what passes for interesting in my life.
Damn it.
Uh-oh. I guess easy mode's over. Where are you gonna go, my friend? Just gonna stand there? Is it safe for me to wander by? That's what I'm gonna do. You a corpse with bullets?
It's happening. It's happening.
What's happening? Are you... Oh, can I take one of these harpoons? Be a great weapon. Maybe only one use. I don't know how lodged in a person it would get, but... Beats nothing. Pierce crossed the docks, where old acquaintances and new faces met their ends. All over the place, Leviathan's slaves were wandering in search of a victim. After fighting his way through, and after discovering the truth about the origin of the cult and its founders, Pierce finally reached the whaling station. He hopes to catch Sarah Hawkins before she does something bad. Before she does something bad, or she jaywalks. Ooh. My desk is so dusty. Ugh.
Sarah is with those bastards. I gotta find her quick. This tank seems strong enough to break down the door. A rope and a hook. Could use that to hold the reservoir back.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't look like there's too much else to find here. Oh, there's a secret in here somewhere.
Another volume of the Reverend's wife's diary.
These are the last entries of the pastor's wife. Her husband ordered his faithful to come together for a final ceremony in the honor of Leviathan. Hears that the pastor will ask them to sacrifice themselves to this abomination. She tried to escape. This is probably why her body was found in a cave under the mansion. I don't remember that part of the story. Hidden item? There you are.
Looks like a page from a log from 1847.
Mm-hmm. Fitzroy, mutiny, miraculous catch. Yeah, alright. So Fitzroy's been a quack the whole time. Oops, shouldn't have trusted him.
Fuller was a crew member too. Interesting.
Think about gutting a ship with tentacles.
Lucky if it's still sharp enough.
Sounds like weapon knife or just knife.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, no.
It
No
mentions
kidding,
the
dude.
Leviathan. How it drove the sailors mad.
Oh no, that's page 4. Where's page 3?
This should stop the cart from moving. This should help me get the tank swinging.
Okay. I'm not sure I totally follow, but...
I need something to cut the rope to release the tank against the door.
Oh! Gotcha. I have just the thing, perhaps. I am sad that it is puzzle knife and not combat knife, though. So much for stealth. Ooh, points. Sick. What else am I gonna do with them? Where's the other ladder? Did I ruin it? Maybe. Alright, I happen to know of an alternate way down. Way over yonder.
What is that thing? What is that thing? No. That voice. You're the Leviathan.
I don't seem to have much of a choice in the matter. I do want to just poke around here just a little bit more to see if I can find page 3. Nothing here. I got the check mark in this room. I got the check mark in this room. And I got the check mark upstairs. So, I don't know. Whatever. It's gonna power through. Maybe it'll come to me. Footloose.
Hello.
Hello.
Who is this?
The quest for truth requires sacrifice. There's no room for compassion.
Who's there?
Your stubbornness at wanting to help others who would have deserted you is a weakness. Fate leads us inevitably to solitude, and in one's final moments, one is always alone. You can't escape it forever. It will always find its way.
Damn it!
Everything points back to the day they brought in that thing. While the sailors were going insane,
There's page 3.
mutineers took over the ship and probably killed the captain.
Oh. Fitzroy.
An old log.
Nice.
Belonging to the captain of the Scylla. The pages I found seem to be the missing ones.
Yeah, I don't think you'd want to bring in something that looks like that. Oh, that was a medicine thingy? Foam? I wouldn't have guessed.
They eat his flesh while he's still alive.
Oh, gross. Is this all some kind of heavy-handed parable for not eating meat? Because while gross, you're not gonna stop me, hippies.
Perfect.
Yeah, but what's over this way? I can see the grate. It's got a prompt on it. Oh. Okay, well, we're doing this now. I don't know what I expected. Maybe like a hidden item or something, but... Oh, this is for if you didn't have the skill enough to open that. Yeah, okay. I gotcha.
Learn to obey.
Ah, finally awake. How do you feel, Mr. Pierce?
Fuller! Son of a bitch! I'll kill you!
No, I'm not even really with you. Well, to be perfectly precise, I am with you. But not in this cell.
What have you done to me?
Me? Nothing, really. See, it's one of the exquisite effects of this incredible creature.
Leviathan!
I see you already know about it. Well, shall we begin?
Begin what? Didn't I say not to? blanket swear I chose the don't take the treatment option. But maybe I'm crazy. Don't eat the meat. Oh, maybe this is like the BioShock thing where you don't really have a choice.
Let me take a sample from you. Flesh, blood, spinal fluids. Don't fear. I created the mythological ichor from Leviathan's flesh. Who knows what I can make with you? I need your body for my research.
I killed him.
A necessary sacrifice that proves your determination.
So, here's a question. How crazy am I? Oh, psychotic. Wonderful. There is a secret. Forgotten secret. So old and terrifying, which is only divulged in the blasphemous pages of lost tomes, or whispered during forgotten and outlawed rituals. We are not children of Providence. You know the cruel and awful truth, and you have seen the frightening face of reality. Okay. Neat. Oh, Ghost Sarah. Wow!
Find the truth.
Didn't expect that.
Free.
Oh my. Did I choose the right one that time? Wow, look at this. Funky dream space. I like it.
Nothing's happening.
Well, such is life. Hey, what? All right. I think I see the path. No! No, you gotta go that way and then take a sharp turn. And a leftward. Okay. Like so. Aha. Abajadius. That was the wrong thingy. Valve. Perhaps. How does one know? It looks like it connects to the one that I turned. Now there's a thing in the way. Alright. Well. Was that correct then? Oh, and I got a shortcut back? Nice. I like that. Oh, we gotta do it again. Maybe. Holy smokes, this is like a Windows screensaver from 1995. A Windows 95 screensaver, if you will. Oh, there's only one thing to turn, I just have to find my way to it. Oh no, there isn't just one thing to turn. Art nuggets. This looks like a right one, though. Game saved. This should do the trick. Oopsie daisy. Run, Eddie, run! You know the running sequence is over when he starts to run out of steam.
Pierce,
Fitzroy.
time to hoist the white flag. We're not gonna hurt you.
I won't go without a fight.
I don't believe you, sir.
You think you're here of your own accord?
Yes.
Stay back, or I'll put a bullet in your head.
Uh-oh. Time's running out.
Supreme Oracle has spoken. You will follow your destiny.
What?
In his awakening.
Oh, come on, plug in, hurry, I'm missing the action. Fell in the water. How'd that even happen? There we go. Controller saved. Yay!
I see. You cannot escape my awareness.
Uh-oh.
I followed your wanderings, your choices, your attempts to free yourself from destiny. But it is unavoidable. And as I predicted, you have come to free me. Awaken and call him.
What is happening? Pierce finally met Leviathan in flesh and blood. The monstrous creature submitted him to a series of ordeals, at the end of which he decided that the detective was ready to face his destiny. Pierce blew up the whaling station and, after a final confrontation with Leviathan, he passed out. I would say he drowned, personally. But no. No, of course. Must remain awake. Phone, come here. I need to know what time it is. Okay. Thank you, phone. I appreciate it.
The voice. I can't hear the voice anymore.
Don't celebrate yet, dude. Look at all them barnacles. Just barnacling up the place.
You are trapped. Keep going.
Oh, guess what? Edward, go down the hole.
This way.
Edward, go down the hole. Yeah. Down the hole.
Is somebody there? Hey, who are you? Where am I?
Well, out of cutscene land, at least. Ooh.
The miraculous catch was a trap. Leviathan wanted to be found.
No kidding. Are there other murals? Oh, there are. Look at them. That's not a mural. That's...
No, I don't have time to go back.
Alright,
I
alright.
must go to Sarah.
I'm just looking for lore. Figured as a detective, maybe you'd be able to appreciate that.
To our fallen crew members. They have given their lives for a greater purpose. The last name added is that of Charles Hawkins. I'm willing to bet that they killed all the survivors of the miraculous catch.
Dang. Yeah, it's brutal, yo.
It always comes back to the Scylla. It was where it all began.
Yeah. Once again, imagine that. Uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good.
It will soon be time, Edward Pierce.
You are dead. None of this is real. I saw you dead, as I see you now. Am I crazy too?
You survived. Don't you understand? You couldn't die. You will stay alive until you've fulfilled your destiny.
No!
Look at me. Look at me, Pierce. Dare tell me that you still don't believe it.
Cthulhu.
When I was 8, my little brother fell from the apple tree. He was bleeding.
The apple
I
tree.
took care of him.
Because there's only one.
That very day, I decided to become a doctor. I never reneged on my oath. That's what led me to Darkwater. The people here needed me. I died trying to save one of them. Help me give them a second chance. Embrace the power of this sleeping god.
You're out of your mind.
It's not just your life that is at stake. Many men and women have sacrificed themselves for this moment.
Colden!
You will not deprive them of their hope of a better life.
I saw what Leviathan did to Fuller. We will all die like him.
His life was written well before it started. It was not predetermined that he lived to see the call. But you? Yes. It is your destiny.
This painting. The investigation. I understand now. Like you, I was called here by a higher power.
Yes. All your choices had the sole purpose of preparing you for the final decision.
I must make a choice.
Not just make a choice. The right choice.
Not yet, but soon. We have one more thing to accomplish.
And what is that? Pray tell.
I must take you to Sarah Hawkins, our oracle.
Sarah, I feel her calling me. Let us not...
Stay centered.
Not yet. You have one last thing to accomplish.
No.
Please. I can't do it.
Do you understand what it is?
No.
She has already fulfilled her mission. Worry about your own.
No. No.
No one can fight their fate. Neither them, nor you.
Shut up! Silence! Stop! Go away! Stop!
Don't resist, Edward. They're already dead. There's nothing you can do. Just give in.
Okay.
What happened to me? Sarah. I must go to Sarah. She is the Oracle. She will know what to do.
I don't think she's a friend. Even if she does know what to do. Yeah, like, look at this. Torn asunder. Personally, would not walk toward that fate. But that's just me. No, this looks like the right way. Oh, there's... I thought I could turn right at the bottom of the stairs there. Cannot. Maybe misunderstood the geography a little bit at a glance. Well, now... Oh, there's a cave. Man! That and 1,000 here. As far as navigation goes. And blacked out. After a final confrontation, Pierce must go to Alabaster Point, where Sarah Hawkins is supposed to be waiting for him. There, he must make decisions that could change the destiny of the world. I've never heard of this Alabaster Point before. I don't know if I believe this. Also, super ominous.
Reality as you know it stops here.
None of this makes sense.
Go. She is waiting.
Oh. There's a big old tentacle in there. This is a pretty cool visual, though. Must say.
What have they done to me?
Come on.
Oh!
Mr. Pierce, I was expecting you.
Fuller, you died in front of my eyes.
Don't jump to conclusions. Is there not the tiniest spark of a scientific mind inside of that detective skull of yours?
There is.
What abject substance did you use to turn her into an empty shell?
Abject substance. The serum extracted from Leviathan's oil bestows the power of life. To me, my body is nothing but the mortal vessel of my conscience. To you, It contains more answers and secrets than your insignificant mind can grasp.
Hey, what's all the people on this island call me a dum-dum? I have level 3 in medical skill, thank you.
Barely stand up, and yet here you are. You never give up.
That is not you. Not anymore. Not since your disappearance on the docks.
Ah, detective. So easy to fool you. So eager to rush to the rescue of a woman in distress.
You won't make me regret having tried to save people. I did what I could. Even for Colden.
Your efforts to change your destiny, although in vain, make you worthy of the fate that is yours. The day has come. You will be asked to choose.
Welch. Charlie.
You took everything from me. Wife, life, destiny.
You forsook your right to a normal life. The moment you chose power over humanity. No one wants to see such an unbearable sight.
You don't have the slightest idea of what you speak, of what I've been through. I have sacrificed my life to the one who sleeps. My marriage, my family, my own flesh. Why didn't Sarah choose me? Why is it your damn face on her painting?
But he's jealous. Hello, me. You're awfully dirty.
But you already know it. I can see that you will make the right choice.
I don't know. I don't know.
Your fear of the unknown and your stupid pride cloud your judgment. Quit lying to yourself and embrace your destiny. It's not cowering that brought you those medals.
None of this is real. Trust your guts. If nothing's real, what are you?
I am a projection of your mind. What remains of that instinct that pulled you out of the trenches. Don't listen to them. They're too dangerous for your tired mind.
What are all these golden masks? Or carvings, I guess. They're not really masks. You have to be an awfully large person to wear one of those.
It's right there.
I'm almost there.
They see the cosmos? Have we got like a Spider-Man No Way Home situation going on here? Where reality is tearing itself apart? Saved. Means I can easily load and choose the other ending.
Here you are at last, Truth Seeker.
She was waiting for you.
You were waiting for me.
Yes. When I finally discovered the truth, I knew you would come.
You,
All this time I was fighting it. Afraid of what I might discover.
Use a brush,
I
Sarah.
was afraid of myself.
It's coming.
What did you learn?
Listen to me, Edward Pierce, as I will deliver the truth.
I have seen things. Strange and horrifying, but always true.
Will you trust my words?
Yes.
One man only prepared by the trials and revelations, holds the power to change the world. Because I saw you in the dreams I share with my God. I recognize you for what you are, a truth seeker. One of the rare humans who is able to perceive fragments of his mind.
Yes, yes.
I feel the truth in your words.
Because it was written. Or, as I like to see it, painted on the canvas of fate.
Effective. I'm sorry, are pieces of rocks hovering about? I don't seem to have much of a choice, do I? Do I just wait? Just doing the same animation over and over, maybe not. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. I thought maybe if the music swelled up enough, it would move into something different, but no. All I can do is perform the ritual. I guess I went too crazy. Oopsie. Oopsie daisies. Ugh. Oh no. Oh, that's a big old tentacle. Oh, that's a big old monster. There's one big old Cthulhu. Dedicated to the founder of the Chaosium, the Grand Shaman of Gaming. Name I didn't get to read. Oh well. Well, that happened. Call of Cthulhu. Yeah, that was a game, alright. Very much a narrative style game. Small amount of agency, really. I don't know if it could have ended up any other way. I guess the choices you make along the way let you or give you the chance, perhaps, to choose to not perform the ritual, but I guess I did the wrong things. Maybe I explored too much and read too many occult books for my own good, or for the good of the world, because now Cthulhu exists and is awake and will crush humanity in his big old palm. Yeah, I just don't know. It didn't seem like there were any real points to split the story. But maybe. It's nothing obvious, you know? Not like I ever made a choice, so are you gonna go to place A or place B? It was always kind of railroading me to the next item I needed to find, or door I needed to open, or person I needed to talk to. So, and that's fine. I'm fine with a linear narrative adventure. That's okay. I got to explore and look for clues and maybe not really solve anything. Mostly it was just click on point A, then point B, then point C, and Pierce comes to his own conclusions. That's, I don't know. It could have been a little more involved, personally. The whole, like, combat sequence near the end there was weird. Because you only have one... Or, you only have so many bullets, but you have no way of knowing how many bullets you have. It's not on the screen anywhere. There's no head. It's not like there's a little hologram thing that pops out of the gun to tell you how many bullets you have, like in sci-fi games. I don't know. I wouldn't have even expected there was a bullet limit until the guy said, "Oh, looks like you're out of bullets. Here, have these. Sanders won't need them." Stinger? Fitzroy. Oh, no. Just cultists. And they've all lost it. Classic. Is he eating his own? No, he's eating someone else's arm. Well, I guess Eddie has succumbed to the madness as well. Or he's just fighting cultists because they're cultists. Wait, wouldn't you? Video games and movies have taught me that if there are cultists, you fight them. They are bad guys. Oh no, the toy soldier! She had it with her the whole time? So how lucid was she in the end? Or was that from my pockets? I don't know. Oh, that is Sarah, yeah. She good and dead. Not my problem, girl! I tried to tell you not to do that. You wouldn't listen. Well, that was Call of Cthulhu. Loading profile. What's happening? What happens if I load? I didn't even have another option, so I can't choose the other ending. What a rip. What a rip job. Let's see, what else do I want to say about this game? Not much. The, people animations could have used some work. Like, not even the lip sync, but just the repetitive kind of thing, you know? Could have had a few more, slightly more, varied animations for when they're speaking. I get it. I mean, Cyanide. Right? Cyanide? That's the developer? I think so. Pretty sure. They're an independent studio, so they're not, like, awash with money, as far as I'm aware. And otherwise, like, the visuals are really good. Just the people animations is really something I had a problem with. Yeah, and just the fact that you didn't really do any detective work. You just looked at points of interest and then moved forward. And I'm trying to think of detective games that let you do any detecting, and I don't think there really are any. I played The Sinking City earlier this year, which is another Lovecraft game, and it's like it's the same thing. Like, you look around and you collect clues, but then you have to kind of put them together to come to a conclusion. And usually there's only two conclusions and you just choose which one you want. But still, it feels a little more immersive than you look at everything and then, alright, on to the next room in the dark ride that is this game. But no, I had a good time. I just wasn't crazy. Even the stealth sections weren't that bad. Quite frankly. The one in the asylum was the most complicated one, and even it was pretty easy to solve. Or get through. But yeah, Call of Cthulhu, I look forward to playing this again, maybe next year, to wrangle up some more of those trophies. 'Cause yeah, it was a fun experience. I would play it again. Just for trophies. Like, I think that's a hallmark of a good enough game. I wouldn't say it was a spectacular game by any means, but I enjoyed it. And with that said, I hope that you enjoyed this video of me playing it. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye!